Going live. All right, all right. Okay, there it is. We're going live. There we are. Okay, welcome everyone to Dorsey's Resource Channel. Before we get started, I'd like to give a disclaimer. This video is going to be for educational, informational, and entertainment purposes only. Please understand everyone's individual circumstance or situation may be different. It's up to every individual competent person to please do his or her own homework and research regarding the matter being discussed. This information is not to be construed as legal advice. In the event you feel you need to seek a competent professional, it is encouraged you do so at one's own leisure. Dorsey's Resource Channel is not liable or responsible for anyone's misuse of the information being presented. With that being said, all rights are reserved. Please keep in mind everyone is responsible for their own commercial affairs. It is encouraged you please govern yourselves accordingly. Now, the topic of this video is going to be alternative social media platforms to join who don't violate free speech. And I want to also give you guys an update. I had been in YouTube jail. This is the first day I'm back. I did a video on my secondary channel to update you guys. If you did get the message that I posted on my Facebook, my Twitter accounts, by the way, if you keep up with my pages, that way, if things are okay over there, you can get some of the updates that are happening here. I don't know for the long term how long down the road, I've mentioned this in the past, how long I'll be on YouTube. I have to see how things work out based on some of the topics that I do. But to let you guys know, last week I was notified by YouTube that I had received a community guidelines violation to their standards, whatever, because they said I said something about the election, even though it was not related to the topic of that video. May have been pointing out a comparison, and that video was over 2 hours. I don't remember everything. I know I went over things pertaining to negotiable instruments. The topic of that video it pertained to. I wanted to break down why negotiable instruments were supposed to be utilized to subtract from the national deficit when used correctly. And I illustrated how the Federal Reserve Bank, I show evidence, by the way, had been violating the law. And thank you guys for the feedback. There's some of you guys out there that inboxed me that let me know that was a powerful action-packed video. I didn't know it was going to go over the top. So I think they were maybe the powers that be were looking for an excuse to get rid of that particular video because I was touching on some heavy things. I showed the evidence. I showed you guys. I turned the camera around so you guys could see the laws that I was reading from. I even pulled out one of my old silver certificates to illustrate in comparison to the currency that we carry today, because legally it's not money, even though we're used to calling it money. It's a form of negotiable instrument. It's fiat, Federal Reserve note. I'm used to that term FRNs, by the way, a promissory note, a IOU, by the way. And I went over a lot of action-packed data to substantiate the points I was proving. And also I follow other content creators out there. And there was one who talks about information related. I wanted to go over some of the things that I felt he was saying was not totally accurate, by the way, when it comes to reducing the public debt. By the way, I have seen evidence firsthand that negotiable instruments have worked throughout the years. Gatekeepers, people real high up at the top have done things, of course, to try to thwart that. That's why I read in that video. I'm going to probably have to redo it if some of you guys don't know what I'm talking about. But just referencing, the video was titled somewhere along the lines of, can you reduce the national debt using lawful negotiable instruments? And I already had done previous research where I presented a while ago. You can find a chapter in the book called Business Law. It's called Business Law. And there's a chapter called Secure Transactions that's related to UCC financing statements, because there's a gatekeeper out there who was trying to collude with the FBI, the Southern Poverty Law Center, also with lawyers to try to get this shut down, to try to stop people from being able to file UCC financing statements. Now, I understand some people, this is why I give a disclaimer, this is not legal advice, but please, I encourage you to do your own homework and research. But from what I presented, it was very effective years ago. It was only in more recent years that gatekeepers, minions, public officials, judges, lawyers, and egregious misconduct violations, by the way, did not want masses of the general public, once they saw in certain instances how effective those forms were when used correctly, people presenting them their administrative remedies through proper due process of law, when they were properly following them. Keep in mind, when people that were doing liens and stuff like that, it has to be done correctly, has to be presented a certain way, in a certain manner. You're supposed to give public notice, even if you're going after a public official, gatekeeper, state's attorney. But we have instances, by the way, I've gone over this before, where they have been caught abusing their power. And that's what I'm going to go over in the topic of this video. Similarly, alternative social media platforms. It's the title of this video. I'm not sure how many people we're going to get, even though I didn't put Q&A in the title section. This is Q&A for those of you all who have questions. Don't hesitate to chime into the chat. Don't be afraid. This is some of the best times to reach me. I also have a public service announcement. I don't solicit telephone numbers. I don't tell people to leave me a telephone number. I had someone recently, I replied to their email, by the way. I was wrapping up a previous consultation at the time, which went very well, by the way. I have instructions in the YouTube, in the description box. If you want to contact me privately, by the way, that's private. That's two ways. I have the description in there. I've had previous subscribers that followed the instructions with no problem. Once you follow the instructions, I will get back with you right away once I receive your payment. By the way, if you want to contact me, so that way my time is not wasted, my valuable time that I have, and I've gone over in the past why I originally did not do private consultations, but I said give the people what they want, by the way. So if you want to know what I know, sometimes based on a particular private consultation, I'll send the types of documents that are related to the questions you may have, or even webinars that I've worked hard with my private team years ago that I paid for. Many times information has already been updated or webinars redone, because gatekeepers at the top have been constantly changing things, trying to make things more difficult for people to access their freedom, and things for those who want to know about the redemption education, by the way. So just keep that in mind. So once again, I had someone who left me their telephone number that said they were interested. They saw a video I had did related to becoming a private citizen. That was a while ago, so I don't know which video they were talking about. But in case they're watching, by the way, if you want to get in touch with me, once again, it's in the description box of the video how you can reach me. FYI, I will get back with you once I receive the payment, once you follow the instructions, because in the past I received numerous inquiries when I did that video that went viral some years back on the Fed Black card, by the way. That was actually a sub account through another master account, by the way. And I may touch on some more of that information down the road, by the way, depending on how things go. So please keep that in mind. I don't solicit or tell people to send me your telephone number. That's only for those who feel like they want the need. It keeps things on a more equal playing field. You heard even exchange, no robbery. By the way, keeps things on a level, equal playing field. If you are serious, it lets me know if you're really serious. If you want to get acclimated, I can provide. I have enough experience. I have insight. I am at a certain level on this. There are people who are more advanced than myself. I've mentioned that numerous times, but I can break down their processes and I can describe there's little nuances and things that I might be aware of. I have a trained eye that newbies or people that want to learn redemption education may not be able to pick up or may not understand. I also know shortcuts, the default. I give you real answers. I even told someone locally, if you're here, one of the procedures, this is a freebie in the past, I said one of the first things you need to do, contrary to popular belief, is cancel your voter registration. That is a form of a contract. You need to get rid of that. If you are here locally, I will even go down there with you to the Department of Elections if you're afraid, if you need your hand held, because I understand how important that is. I was nervous myself back then when I didn't understand, but that was one of the first things that I've done. And that's one of the things that's helped protect me through the years. And I could go into more details about that privately. YouTube now has the ability to start memberships, by the way. I hear my phone going off in another room. That's the reason why I put it in another room. I'm shooting a video right now specifically, so I'll get to that call later. I see Styles David is in the chat, says, Peace Kings, appreciate you joining. Appreciate you. Once again, this is Q&A. If you do have any questions right now, I'll do my level best to answer them. Don't hesitate to chime in. However, the topic of this video, once again, is going to be alternative social media platforms to join who don't violate your free speech. So to get into this, what's been going on, by the way, is I wanted to go over, since what happened to me recently. I have a Rumble account, by the way. I don't know if you guys out there have heard of Rumble. By the way, it's come about in more recent years. It's a video web hosting platform similar to YouTube. I would say it looks a lot better than BitChute, in my opinion. BitChute is climbed tremendously, by the way, so don't let that discourage you. These alternative or independent social media platforms are growing exponentially. And they've even certain big tech companies that have been found in violation of antitrust laws, by the way, that I call big tech bullies. These are big tech giants such as Apple, Facebook, Twitter, Google. They have been selling your information to third-party entities, TikTok even overseas. By the way, this was proven when Trump was president, that TikTok has been engaged with selling your data, information, and data mining behind your back, by the way. And why do you need to be concerned? This is how skip tracers, who are like detectives that work for third-party debt collector agencies, can get access to your phone numbers when you sign up for these platforms. A lot of times, the big tech companies want you, under the disguise of security, they want you to verify your telephone number or your cell phone number. But one thing you have to ask, or your email address, which you can get hacked that way, by the way. But one of the things you have to question is, why has many major corporations also had hacks, by the way, such as, remember, Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian. I've talked about this before in previous videos, or Wells Fargo Bank. They have done way more harm than so-called sovereign citizens or damage, but I don't see the watchdog community really address that. They always try to paint a picture that this information is dangerous, or these are conspiracy theories. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy, you could say, realist. There's a such thing as conspiracy facts. By the way, I go over factual information, not hearsay. There are things that have happened, that have been proven on the record, that have been documented, by the way. But the so-called watchdog community out there that claim to be, I call them gatekeepers, and some of them are actually the snakes. They're trying to get you, redirect you, and many of them are liberals, leftists, hardcore leftists in disguise, being paid by the Southern Poverty Law Center, that are working for the feds, that don't have your best interest at heart, are trying to deter you from learning this information, especially about the secret TDA accounts. They were real. That was not misinformation. Like I said, I saw physically negotiable instruments go through when they're sent to the proper government agency, get properly extinguished, discharged. I saw that firsthand. And there was different ways to access your so-called TDA, or whether you call it a private account. We're not going to play the semantics game, because people want to, some of these gatekeepers and provocateurs try to play these types of games, by the way, try to make you seem like you're crazy. They're the ones actually gaslighting. I go over accurate information. I've had subscribers, I can show you posts in the past from my Facebook accounts where people have inboxed me, messaged me saying, thank you, I appreciate your content. I still get this all the time. That would not be so. And then YouTube at the same time is trying to suppress my numbers, by the way. It has in the past. I should have way more, much bigger following. That's why I left my older videos up that I did on the Iraqi dinar, my original videos where you see over thousands of views. And if you guys know about the apocalypse back in 2016 and prior, and even after that, they're using their AI systems to suppress certain content creators, freedom of speech, certain information, and they're trying to either classify it as so-called hate speech or misinformation. So that's why I said I'm not sure down the road, because I have a tendency to go over high-powered information. But in case anything happens down the road to this channel, I want you guys to know I have a backup channel, which is in the description box. So make sure you go over and subscribe to my backup channel, Dorsey's Resource Channel 2. Make sure if you're subscribed over here, go over there, make sure you click the notification bell. So if I'm in another YouTube jail, by the way, because that for copyright, I mean, not copyright, but community guideline strike that I got recently, by the way, they say it lasts for 90 days. So that's my first legitimate strike. I had gotten a warning prior, by the way, but it didn't count against my channel for they had removed the video, one of the videos that I had did about Pizzagate scandal some years ago. And one of the private consultations I did recently, I had someone that asked me about that information. They were trying to understand. So I'm recognizing I do have an audience, a following that wants to know more information about the Freemasons, the secret societies, how these gatekeepers are operating in society. So let me know if you guys want to know things like that down the road. If I do start memberships on this YouTube channel, or even some of these other platforms that I'm already on, I can go into details. Like I say, give the people what they want. So I can do that as one of the perks or incentives, or even if I was to start a Patreon account down the road. I just haven't gotten around to that yet, because I would have to figure out the tier system and what perks or benefits. That's what I was kind of going over today, what I could give you guys if I do decide to start a membership. I'm probably going to change the moderators. I'm going to set everything back to original, by the way. So I may make that as a perk for those who want to be mods or whatever, or get badges, and I'll do exclusive videos. That's one idea where I'll be able to go more in depth, by the way. But I want to have backup platforms, and a big shout out to those out there. I'm going to get ready to go over those websites that you can join that support your free speech, because the title of this video is about alternative independent social media sites that support your free speech. Because the big tech companies, the big tech bullies out there, I call them, the Apples, the Googles, the Facebooks, the TikToks, the Instagrams, etc. Facebook bought and purchased Instagram. And if you guys are unaware, by the way, this was national news recently. The Federal Trade Commission is upping their, they filed another lawsuit, or they've redone their lawsuit against Facebook for violating antitrust laws. By the way, I would say Twitter is as well. I don't know if they're involved in this particular lawsuit. I heard there's some other people or entities out there that are suing them for violations of antitrust laws. I have some notes for you guys. And the reason very recently, many of the mainstream social media websites were recently exposed by Dr. Shiva. He was a guest speaker at Mike Lindell's symposium recently. Many of these big tech giants, big tech bullies, have been violating free speech. They've been violating antitrust laws that were designed to help protect small businesses from monopolies. I learned this. I took business management, was one of my majors. I did receive an associate's degree from Davenport University, which used to be Detroit College of Business many years ago. I transferred from DeVry Institute of Technology out of Columbus, Ohio, which is now DeVry University, by the way, many years ago. So I went to 2 different business schools, by the way. I took business class, so I know this to be a fact. This was going over in my collegiate classes on a collegiate level, and my instructors talked about this. They also created the antitrust laws to help protect consumers, to create fair pricing, to force companies to compete for your business. It would keep the prices fair. It was never meant for them to bully you as an individual or small business or to push you completely out of existence. By the way, this is the purpose. If you guys don't understand, I commend the former NBA player Ed O'Bannon, who's a friend of mine, reminded me was once upon a time drafted by the Detroit Pistons. You can look up his lawsuit. He won his lawsuit against the NCAA, fighting on behalf, which I agree with, that athletes should be paid. If the colleges are going to make millions and billions of dollars off these athletes' images and their likeness, they need to receive some type of compensation, just like athletes that get drafted in the professional leagues, such as the MLB, the NFL, NBA, etc. By the way, I was for that. So big kudos to Ed O'Bannon for his long fight after many years. He won the NCAA championship many years ago when I was in high school. By the way, basketball championship. By the way, I went to Cooley High many years ago. So that's a big shout out to Ed O'Bannon. He had a lawsuit, and specifically it had addressed the NCAA's violations, and NCAA was found guilty as an organization of violating antitrust law. So can you imagine what Google, Facebook, and Twitter, TikTok, and Apple especially, that has Apple has sweat factories, by the way, with children, slave labor in other countries. You guys talk about boycotting. You guys really out there that call yourself liberal, you really should be boycotting Apple, by the way. And what these companies are doing behind the scenes that have been egregiously violating people's laws, violating their freedom of speech. They've been involved in practicing torturous interference, where they were lobbying to have competing companies or competing media organizations shut down, by the way. That is criminal, by the way, and they have been getting away with it because, unfortunately, we have a lot of lawmakers that are involved in criminal misconduct. It's public corruption. That's what it's called. I've seen locally. There was even a video done, by the way, locally, where some residents were interviewed in the city of Detroit about past corruption by lawmakers, politicians locally, and not just on a local level, but also a state level, by the way. So that's what you have to sum up in many instances. So hopefully that people have been sworn in to uphold their oath of office. By the way, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Many of these gatekeepers, these public officials, took an oath of office. That's why I'm not a registered voter. I canceled my voter registration back in 2004. And some might say, I get this from both sides, whether people I've talked to are Democrat or Republican, and they say, why don't you vote, or you're part of the problem, or our ancestors died for the right to vote. They don't fully understand. I'm in a different category than everybody else. And I've done a video on my other channel, one of my first videos. I titled it something else, but I went over some real powerful information, especially for melanated African Americans. If you are a registered voter, what goes on behind the scenes and what information they have on you in the LEAN database. The LEAN is an acronym for Law Enforcement Information Network that also links up with some other databases. So it is a form of a contract, but you already had the right to vote under the Constitution. Now, what people don't go into details about when you register, registration is another form of a contract. By the way, that's a contract to make your U.S. person, your legal fiction, that's your all caps, the straw man name. And the court system is called or referred to as the in lingus, which is Latin for artificial person, artificial being. Capitis diminutiu maxima. That's when it's spelled in all caps. That's rules of grammar. There's actually rules of grammar that do exist, by the way. That's not by coincidence. That's why many legal documents, the concept is that your name is a different type of corporation. And if you look up the definition of individual person, there's a difference between the definition of person and natural person. They both imply they both are corporations, by the way. If you look up, there's a distinct difference between person and natural person. The Black's Law Dictionary, many of them, they hide it. They took out the whole definition of natural person. They will only show you just person. But look up, it has some similarities to individual, and that's not a coincidence. The concept is that corporation is a deceased, dead entity, and when the government created these big corporations started to get larger. By the way, in the early 1900s, many corporations started off as common law express trust. By the way, a lot of people don't know this. I found this out not too long ago. before technology, they were able to utilize technology and form big monopolies and super conglomerate corporations. They started off as common law express trust. They were more basic, by the way, because common law still exists. One gatekeeper was trying to say, I heard her mention a while ago, she tried to say the private sector doesn't exist. But if you, however, pull out a dollar bill, pull out the currency, it says legal tender for public and private debts. So it tells you right on the face of that bill, there's a private side, there's a private sector that exists. Look at the dollar bills, the currency that you carry. It will say legal tender for public and private debts. There's a private side. This proves this. There's some things that are hiding in plain sight. They're just encoded and encrypted. You need to see the movie National Treasure with Nicolas Cage. Watch both those movies. There's some similarities to give you understanding of these concepts, these metaphors, and these analogies that I'm mentioning, by the way. That's why I reference these movies and things of that sort. So to get back on topic, I know I'm going over a lot so far, but back to the voter registration. I'm personally not a registered voter. That's one of the first things you need to do. I've had people ask me in the past, well, Dorsey, I want to learn about being a private citizen. And a lot of people I talk to still are registered voters. You can't do this. You can't be private. You can't be on the do not detain list, by the way, if you still got that voter registration attached to your legal fiction, to your SSN. There's ways, there's different processes and there's different methods too, by the way. I know Yusuf did a video to try to say all processes are the same. That's not true. Jonah Bey has a different process. Akeem El has a process that's different. Enlightened Luciferian has a process that's different. James C. Lovett has a process that's different procedures. Don Kalam has a different process. So I just proved to you all these different people. But when you understand the mechanics behind you know how to understand the blueprint. That's where my experience comes into play. When I give private consultation, I can give you real answers. I've given to people already. I can tell them what the shortcuts are, how to sever their ties with certain contracts, other contracts that are hidden, adhesion contracts. Adhesion are benefit privileges, by the way. Like, for example, do you receive mail at a public address? Are you receiving benefit privileges? There's a way sometimes to still actually exist in the public, but still be private. Because there was some things that public officials were even doing where they were commingling their jurisdiction. By the way, for example, going back some months back when they didn't allow the real electors in that building when they held a private session. They commingled. By the way, they violated their own rules. They didn't get state approval. They didn't go through proper approval to change the rules, the laws of the Constitution to do that, by the way. So they did something that was private, but they were public officials, public gatekeepers, and they're supposed to go by the statutory laws, by the way. So it can go both ways. But the reason they're doing that, because many cases they have a lot of power and no one's challenging them or knowing how to file a summons and complaint. I heard Big Meech, from the infamous Black Mafia family, said once he got locked up, he didn't start taking the laws and stuff serious. Just using this as an example, by the way, he said he started learning what a discovery is. If you go and listen to some of his interviews, because he had the feds, when they put a case together, they used conspiracy charges, by the way, part of the case they put together, because there was an incident where they had a run-in with someone that had got murdered. So what they do sometimes when the feds, when they can't get a certain individual, you know, they do things a certain type of way. So he said he started learning about discovery, by the way. So there's things we all should have been taking a legal class years ago. A civics class should have been mandatory, I would say, going back to not only middle school, but elementary school. Because I've already illustrated in a previous video, the legal system, they use an entirely different language. They use what's called legalese, by the way, which if you look up the definition, it means it's been used to replace plain talk, plain English, by the way. I know I've kind of went pretty far off in a tangent. I am going to get back. I'm going to give you guys the independent social media websites to join, by the way. But I just wanted to give you guys a background why this is important, why many of these gatekeepers at the top ruling class, they're colluding together, by the way, to suppress us, by the way. And they want to put what this is also about. They want to play both sides against each other. You have to keep that in mind too. You always you do have, I do understand you do have grievances on a small scale, but on a larger scale, you have to ask yourself, what does the Georgia Guidestones say? They want to reduce the world's population by, if we're up to 6 to 8 billion, they want to reduce the world's population down to, they said, to around 500 billion. That's still a lot of people they want to go. So no matter what race, what ethnic group you are, the globalists, the ruling class elite, some may refer to as the Illuminati, the powers that be, by the way, they don't have our best interest at heart. And they use these gatekeepers, these public officials, many of them who become belong to secret societies, by the way, that become part of this organization. On a lower level, you have organizations that are higher than Freemasonry. This is William Chenoblin's book, who I met in person many years ago. Also, this book I was explaining to a subscriber has actual evidence of sworn testimonies to prove that, validate that Pizzagate was real, what happened, women who were victims of human trafficking, sex trafficking. David Icke had sworn testimonies. There was activists that used to work for the FBI many years ago named Ted Gunderson, who helped expose this type of information. So we're dealing with criminals, people in our government who pretend to be well-meaning, that are actually monsters, by the way, that are wolves in sheep's clothing. And you think Obama is a good guy, by the way, aka Barry Soetoro, the name he was using. He was an op, by the way. I was explaining to someone, there was a documentary that InfoWars did that was a very good documentary that explained who his real father was. And why this is important, by the way, when politicians, before they run for government, before they run for public office, it's the reason why people ask about their background, or because, you know, part of their image, how they present themselves, they have to give you their background, by the way, not only just their college, if they have a family, but it's an infrastructure to this. And Reverend Jeremiah Wright, I found out from a private investigator. You have investigative journalists who have investigated these people. Wayne Matson, that used to work for the National Security Agency, came out as a whistleblower, used to be a reoccurring guest on Alex Jones's show. I mentioned, by the way, that Jeremiah Wright was running a download ring, and he would hook up homosexual men, prominent business people in the business community of the Chicago area. And he actually he hooked up Michelle Obama, introduced her to Barack Obama. By the way, she worked for Jesse Jackson's office in Chicago. Now, I've only been to Chicago one time in my entire life before, by the way. So I've never been to Chicago, by the way. So just keep that in mind, by the way. So, but I'm just using this as a reference to go over. There are books out here that do go over actual factual information. Not everything is a conspiracy theory. I think I was explaining to someone that's an excuse for people who don't want to do the fucking research. They don't want to do their homework. They just want to just brush it off and say everything's a conspiracy. But there's many books and many whistleblowers, many things, people that have come out through the years with hardcore evidence, documentation, even media organizations, even some of them mainstream, with different things they reported on. Look at the Epstein situation. Look at the stuff that's still coming out about the prince overseas, that he was lying about it for years. Now it's coming out in the open, by the way. Even more people, look at with R. Kelly, by the way. Look at all this stuff now coming out. So everything is not, as they try to put it out, as a conspiracy theorist. But you have to connect the dots, because the people that belong to many of these high-level secret societies, there's organizations higher than Freemasonry. You have the Shriners as well. But I was explaining to a subscriber how I had a guy or coworker who snitched on me, by the way, who I believe had ties to this organization. That's how they infiltrate many different religions, the military, many different organizations. You see the emblems on the back of people's cars, necklaces that they're wearing, things that. So I pay attention to things. Those are subliminal messages. Tex Mars wrote a book years ago, and Ted Gunderson, who's a former agent of the FBI. You see, I've done my research. The way I'm explaining this to you too, on a side note, by the way, and I'm going to get to covering the topic. But you see, you guys can tell I'm well studied. By the way, I'm very well studied. So it just irks me, because it's an assault on my intelligence when I have people that come off like this, that try to brush this off, that this is disinformation. They try to disregard it. by the way, when I know that this is legitimate, because I have the books, I've seen the evidence, as well as millions of other people worldwide. You know, I'm not the only one, by the way. And I'm showing my face. I'm not hiding behind no fake account, none of that stuff. I'm showing my real face. So keep that in mind. I'm going to show you guys this book, and then I'm going to post some of the websites for the topic of this video for you guys to join. Because like I said, to reiterate, I want to go over independent free speech social media platforms, because the Googles, the Apples, the Facebooks, they're data mining, they're selling your information behind the scenes, by the way. And I'm going to go over the incentives, the reason why you should get on those other platforms. But here's a book I was going over earlier to talk about this real actual evidence that was researched. Here's the author, Fritz Springmeier. By the way, he came under scrutiny for writing this book. He was attacked, by the way, but someone asked me who are the real bloodline members, the elite families that run the world. That's why I went over that documentary called Money Masters and Monopoly Men, by the way. I went over that. You guys need to check that out and watch that documentary called Monopoly Men and Money Masters. It's a must watch if you haven't. So I'll probably redo a series I did on those must-watch documentaries, by the way. This book is very important to get, by Tex Mars. That shows you the subliminal messages, by the way, the hand gestures, you know, like the devil horns, what this stuff means, just like necklaces and things that people wear. There's different symbolic messages, by the way. There's actual evidence that's been written. You see how thick this book is. And I have a friend who's the equivalent. I'll say I have several friends, people that I know privately, that are the equivalent of 5-star historians. So I don't claim to be a know-it-all or expert. And also, by the way, I did give a disclaimer. I'm not trying to spook you guys, by the way, when I talk about this information pertaining to the Illuminati, but the ruling class elite is real. They're very real. By the way, they have nefarious intentions. By the way, Obama is deeply embedded in it. Don't be surprised down the road if they're going to try to make him the UN ambassador. He's heavily, he was part of the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency. But keep in mind, many years ago, whistleblowers that came out, there was people even killed by exposing the situation with his birth certificate. That was real. And don't say I'm just another black man trying to hate on another black man. No, you haven't done your research. Some people out there say that, oh, you trying to hate or whatever. Because no, it's not about that. This is deeper than that. These are people who are posing, pretending to be the good guys. That wolves, snakes, and wolves, they come in sheep's clothing, by the way. The devil in a blue dress. If you heard sayings or cliches like that, devil in a red dress, like Little Miss Red Riding Hood. You know, I'm telling you, Trump was not as they make him out to be. Yeah, he could be an idiot at times. He could be a peanut and say stupid things and has things that don't represent such necessarily melanated culture. But he's more so your ally worldwide. He wasn't starting these wars like this war with Afghanistan that they have done, by the way, because these bankers, they want to put their independent central banks in these countries that were already sovereign, by the way, and have people fighting in wars. And you heard of war bonds years ago, where they place the individual soldiers, just like the birth certificate, as collateral, by the way, like they do pledge you towards the national debt. By the way, look up the nationaldebtclock.org, and it has debt per citizen. I showed this to my friend's wife, who's an accountant. She had never seen the site before, and she was terrified. When I showed her, she was scared, like, whoa. And I even told him about it. You know, I showed her when I was having a debate with her and another relative about Trump, and she was stunned. And it's like, you don't get to pick and choose. These people, these globalists, these Illuminati people at the very top, these books talk about, this book especially is going to go over the family. This is the author. Kudos to his work. He went to West Point, which is a military school at one time. He went over the people at the top, the actual family. So if you want real information, they're still around. They haven't gone away. When people want to know who the real enemies are, the people pushing these vaccines, the scandemic. You also have Klaus Schwab, who's one of the founders of the World Economic Forum. He stated, where I saw this on InfoWars, Alex Jones, kudos to the work he's doing. He shows the evidence, by the way. Contrary to popular belief, I'm not saying that I co-sign everything that he says or other individuals say, but at least when I watch his show to get updates on what's really going on. Because I have a friend that asked me when COVID first went down or whatever, he was asking me a lot of different questions, and I said, stick with Alex Jones. And the reason why, if you can patiently, if you're a liberal, if you're a hardcore leftist, have an open mind. I'm telling you, use critical thinking. Take your time, put your feelings to the side. This is not about your feelings. Trust me, we're in a lot of danger. He's warning you. He shows you the actual documents, by the way. He showed the footage of Klaus Schwab, who's a globalist, high-level globalist, that said he doesn't want the lockdowns to end in the United States until 2026. Different countries, they have different things they're doing. By the way, like Australia, Canada, they're ahead of schedule where they want to, where they talk about these booster shots. Alex Jones, I saw, he reported on that already. Now they're talking about the booster shots in the mainstream media. There's many doctors that have come out as whistleblowers and said, by no means get that vaccine. You've had Dr. Rima Label, who was on Jesse Ventura's show some years ago on True TV. It was called Conspiracy Theory. Remember Dr. Rima Label, where she warned that they were going to use a major pandemic, the disguise of a major pandemic. She warned us. If you guys remember that, if you have a good memory, like I said, you don't have to be super smart. This doesn't take rocket science. This is basic information. But you see why elements of the mainstream media, the Associated Press, because the media is controlled by super conglomerates, by many of these major families. And this book kind of talks about that. When you study these people, by the way, it goes into detail how they own and control major corporations like WXYZ, the reporters that falls up under Scripps Howard, which that's running under ABC. ABC is owned by Disney, which Disney was bought out by the Chinese, the Communist Chinese Party, by the way, which is colluding behind the scenes, and they've done payouts where similar to public corruption stories where politicians have taken secret payouts and things to sell the people out. This is actually documented on record. You guys can do your own research, but many of these major news networks, even social media sites, it's not a coincidence, are connected to these elite families, where at the top, they're the puppet masters, they're pulling the strings. They are the gatekeepers, by the way. I'm going to get to the chat section. By the way, I said Dramas, and we got in the building. Dramas M says, greetings, appreciate you in the building. Black Discovery Channel says, I love listening to you. Going a little tangent, love you. You are amazing. I hope all is well with you and your family. Appreciate you. By the way, I need to hit you up about that, to ask you about those exemption forms. I've been checking out some of your videos. I appreciate the work that you're doing on the gram and some of the other things you're doing. I know who you are. I won't say your name, of course, to protect your identity or what type of work that you do. But I want to ask you about those, because I found out, I was listening to Zaza Ali. If you're still listening, I was checking out her channel, and I saw a website she had for those. I was just briefly tuning in. I haven't listened to her in a while because there's so much content out there where she was showing a site, because it's getting serious, because I heard the FDA just approved the Pfizer vaccines, which if you know many of these nurses, doctors that have come out as whistleblowers, I'm sure many of you already know, they're warning us the effects and how bad, if you do get that vaccine, the harm that it can cause to a majority, significant portion of the population, by the way. And that's one thing, Alex Jones, I'll tell you, if you are a leftist, if you are a liberal, if you're a Democrat, I know the mainstream media is going to tell you he's a conspiracy theorist. They're going to say he's racist and all of that. I'm not saying that there's things that we all may not co-sign, but he is trying to warn you. I can say that from the heart. From, every now and then I get off work, sometimes I'll tune in to his social media platform. Others, you have Mike Adams, the health ranger out there, and others who's not as demonstrative, by the way, that shows you scientific data, scientific research. They interview like other doctors, like Dr. Judy Mikovits, Dr. Francis Boyle, who shared a office at Harvard University with Dr. Henry Kissinger. But he came out as a whistleblower because he understands. He explained how they were. He's surprised how certain elements of the medical mafia were told to never use those vaccines when they were experimented on on mice, lab rats years ago. By the way, the University of Texas did a study. Johns Hopkins released a report that's related to these same type of vaccines that have been put out. And he was explaining this is a violation of the Nuremberg codes, how they're trying to force the military troops know that this is agenda of the ruling class elite. By the way, this is agenda to poison, weaken, or weaken us from within. My mom that went to a previous church had a pastor. She told me some years ago. His name was Pastor Johnston. By the way, well, I'm trying to think of the name of his church. It was called New Life. By the way, many years ago, I remember he's passed away. He died from a boat accident. I was informed, and he said, my mom mentioned to me, she told me some years ago, he said they will attack us from within. So understand they're attacking us from within. They're using agents. That's why I went over the people that are part of these secret societies. Now, this organization is at a lower level, by the way. But the real people that run things at the top, if you interested, get this book to understand the symbols they use. You need this book, Codex Magica. A friend of mine had recommended this book to me many years ago. As you see, I left a sticker on here. This was purchased at Borders Books, which is now closed down, by the way. But it shows you how the Pope, the Vatican, the Knight Templars, many of the colleges, while it's not a coincidence, they have a connection to the Jesuits. These gatekeepers, you have fraternal order of police. By the way, even with gangs, street gangs, the gangster disciples, it's a reason out of Chicago that's connected to other groups that come out of the Bloods and Crips that come out of the Black Panther organizations, how they infiltrated even Black organizations. They always put implants in. A lot of times these implants were part of this organization that were gatekeepers or minions that would answer to members of the ruling class elite. By the way, if they weren't righteous, I'm not saying every person, some people at the lower level, they don't really know or understand what they're part of. They just want to join us for the perks and benefits because they want to party. They want the good benefits and stuff from it, but they're not in it to really try to help humanity. I'm in it. I'm a real one. I was informed. I live by the book. I don't live by the sword. I know the universe is based on yin and yang. One cannot exist without the other, but the real criminal evil cabal that wants to reduce the world's population, get this book to know who the families are. And check out that documentary called Money Masters and Monopoly Men, by the way. So I'm going to get back to the chat, and I'm going to post the links in the description box for the independent websites that support free speech, by the way. Root of Reality says, peace, brother, peace, brother, peace to you, peace, blessings to you. Root of Reality says, be careful of provocateurs and disinformation agents. Emotional hype without clarity is a good telltale. Yes, I am aware that, by the way, I appreciate that. It's really hard to tell. That's why I kind of, you have, just like in sports, how you have offense and defense. You have overt and covert, by the way. I have someone behind the scenes, by the way. I won't reveal who they are. I have several people I don't reveal who they are. In case anything happens to me, I have people that are watching me that I have designated because of some things I went through, not only with my job, but other things, by the way, that it's good to find someone that you trust, that you're close to, by the way, because I explained how they send minions in. I went through some of that already. I experienced that with Antifa as a form of provocateurs, by the way. They attacked Mike Lindell recently at his symposium that showed that there was evidence that took place, by the way. But, I won't go into more details about it because I already got a community guideline strike on the channel, by the way. But I did give a disclaimer, and I did appeal YouTube. I won an appeal in the past, by the way, because how is it I get a little copyright strike over mentioning about about the thing that happened with the election, but Lil Nas X can put up videos doing lap dances with the devil, perverted, deviant videos, and then also videos where he's dancing butt naked with other black men, and that's disrespect to myself with that, that imagery. And YouTube's trying to say in the community guidelines, they're trying to say that this was disinformation or misinfo, saying we need to be safe and help protect the community, but you're allowing perverted behavior, even though that's music, it should not be exempted, by the way. So the standard needs to be, we know, needs to be fair all across the board, but we know how they're targeting certain people. That's why I'm going over these social media platforms, which I'm going to post now. By the way, I'm going to get into these platforms. So just bear with me. I'm going to copy and paste. So this live stream should re-upload. Oh, it says it was too large. Okay. If you guys can see the links in the description box, the Black Discovery Channel says, "Oh, thank you. Hit me up. I got you." Okay, I appreciate it. The Black Discovery Channel says, "Yup, the Black Boule." Yup. So yeah, you are aware. That's why I posted that Steve Coakley video on my other channel. By the way, he was like years ago. Rest in peace to the Baba, the elder that passed away. He was trying to warn the Black community. He was hardcore activist. If you don't know the background behind Steve Coakley, his son moved over to Africa, by the way. But if you look up, I think I saw on YouTube, I didn't even know till some years ago, I discovered he had a son. But Steve Coakley was an independent activist. He used to work for the mayor's office in Chicago years ago. He was asked to research why there were some brothers who had went to a Black university, Howard University, by the way, and they weren't coming out with their college degrees. They were really intelligent, like similar to myself, where I was an honor roll student, middle grade, my top year 7th, 8th grade going into high school, by the way, where you have Ivy League local schools or private schools, by the way. I went to a private school before I started at a public school in high school, by the way. But to give you guys the backstory, Steve Coakley was asked, he used to work for the mayor's office in Chicago many years ago. I don't know what year specifically. He was asked to investigate why certain brothers, and maybe included some sisters as well, were going to Howard. They were getting scholarships and they weren't coming out. They weren't getting degrees. And what he discovered, they wanted them to pledge to different organizations. I would say some lower than this organization. Many of them were fraternities, sororities he had discovered. And he had investigated the Boule, and it led him all the way up to basically gatekeepers that want to control the pro-Blacks in the Black community, that he had uncovered a lot. And he did a joint presentation. Some of his work is still on YouTube, by the way. It sounds like I've even heard Alex Jones reference some of the material, but he had things he would warn the Black community very similarly to Alex Jones. You know, he was a brother, and he exposed quite a bit. He did a joint presentation with Ashra Kwesi. Ashra Kwesi would do the tours to Africa, to Kemet, who was part of the craft of Amin Ra. That's what Sarah Sutanseti comes out of as a student of Ashra, from what I understand. That's what Dr. Ray Hagan comes out of, by the way, the Keepaline community, the Church of African Consciousness. A lot of them, these different people, students of Ashra, part of the Black conscious community, by the way. But Steve Coakley exposed that. So if you go on my second channel, that's why I uploaded that video, by the way. He did, because there's a connection to the Black Boule. While they wanted to keep Black people voting Democrat for a number of years, many of them are gatekeepers who answer to their higher ups. Many of these lower level people are minions. That's why it's not a coincidence many Black men become Prince Hall Freemasons. Prince Hall, if you don't know the backstory, he was a slave that had to petition to start Black Freemasonry. But even though I'm aware of the history, how the Hebrews I'll talk to will mention how it originally came from us. But remember, the Moors were conquered. There's a book that is called When the Moors Once Ruled Europe. So I meant many years ago, melanated people, we were called Moors. We weren't called Black. Moors just depicted people with brown complexion, skin. It was in a Martin Lawrence movie called The Black Knight, where the guy called him a silly Moor. There was a depiction in some other movie where it was referenced, where they would put little subliminal messages of little truth historically. But that's what our nationality was. It's even on congressional record at the Library of Congress. Look up Resolution 75. Go online, look up Resolution 75. That is our true nationality, by the way, because Black, Negro, African American does not depict the true nationality. Many of us have not rebutted the presumption By the way, you have many of these different New Age organizations popping up that have nefarious intentions. Some of the people, the minions at the bottom, are unaware. Like the flat Earth theory, you have some of the people at the top who are Masons who are polluting the information, calling us copper-colored people. I do understand how all of us came over here on slave ships. Some of us were indigenous to the population already here. They mixed in with the population because the Moors, melanated people, mixed in worldwide. Like Tasmania was part of near Australia, not the negative image they depicted of the Tasmanian devil, but the island that was an indigenous group of people. That was because Moors, they migrated worldwide. They mixed into other populations. So yes, I am aware, not all of us, because there's an argument, debates I have when I talk to people, brothers that are part of the Nation of Islam 5%ers, but you need to bring all the information together and do forensic research. I was explaining recently to an Israelite brother, they just don't go as far back in time. The Kemetic civilizations have pre-diagnostic civilizations, just like the Indian people, the Hindu people, the East Indians, that they have some of the oldest languages on the planet, Pali and Sanskrit, by the way, just like the Manchurian people. They're not Chinese, the Manchurian people, they go way back. There's a pre-diagnostic period of the Kemetic people that predates, that goes into the real true history, by the way. Because many things, when a conqueror takes over a civilization, they take over the belief system. When they colonize a colonizer, they pollute the belief system. So that's why it's important to stay informed, be well-rounded. I'm well-rounded. I draw information from multiple sources, by the way. This is what I was informed. Someone told me this. So that's the technique, the strategy I use, but it's important to go back far as you can, as far as timelines, to the earliest time periods possible. Then you will get a more accurate historical reference, and then you will find out which conqueror took over what civilization or what group, and you would explain how they polluted their the previous civilization that they conquered. They will pollute their culture and steal their culture. When you study history, I have friends that they're more advanced than myself. I reference to, but I have a good basis. Down the road, I may do a video where I'm going to go over the different religions, how we get the days of the week. I was given this by a Hebrew Israelite some years ago, by the way. It's called Fossilized Customs, where a group had did historical research. Where did you know the days of the week have symbolic meanings? Like Monday, just going over a basic, is named after the moon goddess Mona. Mona deals with money or whatever. So moon goddess. Tuesday in the week was based off of God, and it's like similar to Greek mythology, Freba. By the way, Tuesdays has connections to war, to the planet Mars. Mars symbolizes war in astrology. That's why you have elections on many times on Tuesday. That's not a coincidence. Where there's a war, there's a fight, there's a battle. By the way, that's what Mars represents. Now I'm going to basics, so you're going to have to go more in depth. But once I pull up the document down the road, I still have it. I can do a video, and I can deconstruct these religions. I can deconstruct any secret society, any organization. I don't belong to nothing. By the way, in case you guys are wondering, I've been accused. I'm not part of anything. I'm just a lover of truth. I expose the real information, no BS. Just like when you were told when you were 3 or 4 years old that Santa Claus was real. Then you saw it was a bunch of bullshit. When you got older, your parents were buying you the gifts and stuff. It was no real life Santa, which you saw in the news. I understand for kids, they want to keep the scam going, but it was no reindeer dropping down presents and no fat man coming down your chimney. Everybody doesn't have a chimney. But what I expose is the real truth, by the way. So that's what I am. I'm a realist, by the way. There's a such thing as reality, not a conspiracy theorist. Theorist is something that's theoretical, that hasn't been proven. I'm a realist. I'll go over facts, information that has already been proven. Now, some things I do give a disclaimer about. I encourage you guys to do your own homework, do your own research. Some things I don't really talk about as much because it's hard to prove. That's why I don't go in depth about the UFOs or the alien stuff, by the way. I don't talk about that type of stuff, but I can talk about other things that I can point to that can be referenced, by the way, where there's even news reports and news stories that can tie you into specific names of people that have been involved with sex trafficking, human trafficking, or kidnapping children like Jeffrey Epstein or R. Kelly, Harvey Weinstein, etc. And it's not a coincidence. You look up the photos that Harvey Weinstein had with many of these famous people, like, out there, by the way. So the list goes on. It's not a coincidence, by the way. This information is public information. It's out there. It's not a conspiracy behind it. It's out there. This is a fact, by the way. It's just some people refuse to listen to the information or refuse to receive it or accept it because they're used to, they want to feel coddled, like you coddle a baby or hold a baby, because they're used to the narrative that MSNBC or CNN is constantly force feeding them, by the way. So without further ado, like I said, once again, there were some links I did not fit into the chat. So I'm going to try to see which ones didn't fit. Parler, let me see if MeWe was in there. Was MeWe? Okay, MeWe, Parler. Did I get Brighteon? Brighteon, BitChute. Okay, so the links I posted in the description box of the chat section, by the way. The links I posted, those are Frank's speech just popped up recently. These the reason why these free speech platforms are important. Remember, you can terraform these social media websites to your liking if you have a private group or family who wants to communicate in a more secure manner. Those who have large businesses or clients, they may want to communicate more privately, can do so with many of these platforms I posted in the description box. Platforms that I just mentioned, since Apple, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, and Google's parent company, Alphabet, they're selling your data and information to third-party entities and overseas governments. Also, many of these mainstream social media websites were recently exposed by Dr. Shiva at his symposium, by the way, that Mike Lindell did. By the way, I see I just got a super chat in Root of Reality. Appreciate you, Root of Reality. Thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. Every little bit counts, by the way. So just to go over more in depth, these other platforms are designed, especially MeWe tells you right on the site. I actually still have it pulled up, but MeWe says they have an honorable business model where members are customers to serve and respect, not data to be shared or sold. In case you guys are unaware, just join me. Facebook is being sued right now by the Federal Trade Commission. The Federal Trade Commission just renewed, they upped the amount of pages. I read part of the report because Facebook had been found violating antitrust laws. You can look this up, by the way. So MeWe, which I have pulled up, says they have an honorable business model where members and customers to serve and respect, not data to be shared or sold. You have full control over your news feed and the order of how posts appear. It says we do not manipulate, filter, or change the order of your news feeds, by the way. I'm reading from MeWe. That's posted. If you click on a link, make sure you copy and paste those links. You can take a Word, open up a Word document. If you're using Windows 10, Windows 8, Windows 7, XP, whatever, or if you have an Apple, your document file, you can copy and paste those links. You can also bookmark them if you have Google Chrome browser. By the way, there's other browsers that are more private, like Brave browser. So I encourage you guys to use those as well. DuckDuckGo, other search engines. Some of these platforms won't pull up. So let me give you an alternative link. This link, by the way, I'm going to post for you guys. It's an additional link. Okay, this platform that I just posted, what you guys can do, the easiest thing to keep track of, I know you guys might forget, I do this, is bookmark these platforms, by the way. And that way, when you go to your web browser, you have it categorized where you can go back easily instead of just creating a folder that can take you right to these independent social media sites. what you do in your spare time when you have free time, you want to create a username, create a password. Many of these sites I just mentioned, take the time out. It's important. Create a username and password. Now, I know it can be a headache. You feel like you have to go through the same thing you may have already done for Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube, but it's important. The reason why is down the road, in case something happens to me, you guys will know, you'll be able to find me. Like, I'm already on Rumble. I didn't post minds.com, by the way. Let me see. Minds, it's another site called minds.com. Minds, now some of these platforms, they're growing, now has live feed, I think, by the way. When I get my funds built up, I'll do more to try to support these platforms too, you know, behind the scenes, by the way. But some of these platforms, they're adopting live feed. So I know there's businesses that have, or content creators that have big followings on YouTube that have already migrated over to, there's another one called Ivory and Odyssey. I've heard, I just didn't post. You can look up, it's spelled like library with like an L, looks like LRBY, and Odyssey. I think they're connected to cryptocurrencies. But there's content creators that had like over 1 million subs that they had their channels blacklisted. They were punished. They were targeted by YouTube fraudulently, illegally. They've got big followings. So don't let that stop you. By the way, they can't get everybody. So these other platforms are very helpful. By the way, BitChute is another good platform that's growing exponentially. So once again, in case something happens over here, FYI to my subscribers, go over, if you haven't, sub to my backup channel. If you haven't, make sure you don't forget to subscribe to my backup channel. By the way, it's Dorsey's Resource Channel 2. By the way, I did a video recently, like a few days ago, where I was telling you guys what they had did, this fraudulent community guideline strike I had got for something that wasn't even related to the video. And my argument, and I mentioned this to YouTube, it's not fair if you can let a little Nas X video with this deviant mess crap that he's pushing, doing lap dances with the devil and other perverted stuff, and this other music video he got. I ain't even watched the whole thing. It was just disgusting, repulsive, deplorable. It was deviant. By the way, if they can allow that, they're lying when they're telling you they need to protect the community. YouTube is full of you know what. I'm just leave it at that. So make sure you get on these other platforms, because they're showing you, YouTube and these tech companies, they're showing you their true colors. They don't have our best interest at heart. They have nefarious intentions, but also you can use their platforms to expose what they're doing. So, you know, you can use their weapons back against them. But I'm saying to you guys, but also for tactical purposes, you guys can also be overt and covert. You can use different strategies to fight back. By the way, like the movie Divergent. If you haven't saw Divergent, go check out Divergent. I'm a real life Divergent, by the way. But go check out. This is how you fight these evil bastards back. These wicked scumbags that they are. You know, because these are some wicked people that we're dealing with. This is real. You know, this book exposes this guy. He said he was getting death threats, getting threatened. You know, even he came on Alex Jones's show. I think Alex Jones, he might still sell this on his website, InfoWars. I purchased some years ago. You might still be able to find it on Amazon, eBay. I can't say, because Amazon that's another company that's colluded. They had Parler shut down, by the way. I forgot. Parler is back, by the way. Go over Parler. Parler's been back for a while, even though they're censoring a little bit more in terms of, but they still support free speech overall. But they're not as egregious. It's like an alternative to Twitter, by the way. And Parler welcomed everybody. It wasn't just about, when they first came out, they weren't necessarily a conservative platform. They got labeled that because a lot of conservatives or people on the right jump to their website, their web hosting social media site. So understand it. So people don't do the research because they're just buying just the basic stuff that they hear through word of mouth. You know what I'm saying? When something travels around the room, by the time it reaches the 50th person, the story has changed. So people just drinking the Kool-Aid. Do your research. But Parler was created for everybody, no matter what your political views were. So understand that they are back. They're still around. They have their own servers now. So it's highly unlikely what happened before will happen again. So if you have a business, you have a large following, or you have private clients or family members you want to communicate with more privately, Parler is still good. Or you don't want to worry about your post being censored, and you can send a relative post about a doctor that's a whistleblower or something without fear of it being removed through Facebook, which is up their algorithms and violations of antitrust laws. Get on these platforms. They support freedom of speech, which you have under the First Amendment. But that's your First Amendment constitutional right. If you guys don't understand, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. It said under the Second Amendment, you have the right to bear arms and it shall not be infringed. It was explicitly clear in the language, by the way, and even read the original Declaration of Independence. These things were explicitly clear in the language, by the way. It's just we have these public officials, these states attorney generals that are now corrupt, some secretary of states, governors, without saying names, who were colluding together in violation of people's, and they took an oath of office. All of these people are named. They swore an oath of office, or was supposed to swear an oath of office to uphold the Constitution, by the way. So they're in violation. They're in criminal, egregious misconduct. This is public corruption. This is what I was explaining. I met recently, I won't say her name, to a poll watcher I met who went down to the TCF Center in Detroit when they committed that crime, egregious act. When they covered up the windows, that was a form. They broke the law because that was in their job description. That's what the poll watchers, that's what their job was to do, by the way. They had a training video where they were going to use COVID as a disguise. And there was people that also violated. There's an election law where you're not supposed to have any political paraphernalia, mask and stuff. That was another law they broke that was swept under the rug. That stuff was serious, by the way. So there was a lot of crimes that were committed. There's evidence that's easily attainable. People that recorded that night what happened, by the way, where the voting stopped at midnight. Then all of a sudden, in the wee hours of the morning, that's not by coincidence that Biden just jumps up, and the mail-in ballots were supposed to be in prior to that following day. The stuff that you hear, that was not what they said. They changed the state laws and stuff. That was not done legally. That was illegal, and that was unconstitutional. It was criminal, by the way. So I heard even on Channel 4. This was actually reported on locally in Detroit. WDIV Channel 4 reported this, that the local clerk, Janice Winfrey, by the way, was subpoenaed with the Livonia city clerk. I don't remember the Livonia city clerk's name. And I haven't seen them do an update of that. And 2 Republican board watchers were threatened, by the way. So there was a lot of criminality. It was just blatantly obvious. So for the state attorney to try to threaten people and try to say misinformation, no, that's BS. YouTube is disinfo. I'm telling you, this is a fact. I'm a sane person. This is a form of gaslighting. This is a witch hunt. This is gaslighting. And I can put 2 and 2 together. And you want me to buy that? Yeah, the sky must be pink, and newborn babies must be able to speak fluent Chinese and Japanese just as a figure of speech. That's some BS. If you want me to believe that no fraud took place, that was absolute corruption. Then you had what happened in Antrim County, where the guy sued his county in a county up north because he knew most of the people voted a certain way. So they investigated, and that's how they discovered another way they had discovered it was connected to those Dominion machines, which there was a photo that I posted on my Twitter account. I probably may repost it on my other platforms so you guys can see. But I'm not going to really delve into that as much, by the way. But that's why last week when I saw I had got a community guideline strike with the previous video, I have good news too, by the way. I was able to retrieve that video, by the way. I didn't have it backed up because I had recorded it live and some of my other videos. So I encourage you guys, if I do a good video, you guys like it, find the software, download the video, because there's no telling. YouTube is dirty the way they operate in their business practices. They're biased. This is a form of discriminatory practices. They preach tolerance, but they're not tolerant themselves. They preach inclusivity, but they're not inclusive. They're fake. They're liars. This liberal stuff. This is about controlling speech they want to control, by the way. They want to control the narrative. And that Section 230 needs to be repealed. We need politicians to stand up because they're acting as publishers too. They shouldn't have never have been given this immunity from Section 230. Google, Apple, Facebook, that needs to be repealed immediately. They need to be criminally prosecuted. Those at the top, Jack Dorsey with Twitter, Jeff Bezos with Amazon, Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, they need to be criminally held liable, aiding and abetting, etc. These are egregious violations of the Constitution, of freedom of speech, antitrust laws, by the way. So I'm just going over there, just blatantly operating in misconduct. So no matter, it's up to the people, we the people, you guys out there, if you have deep pockets, you're going to have to stand up or take one for the team. You're going to have to sue these people. Mike Lindell shouldn't be the only one. Other people that are on the front lines, like AJ out there, putting his life on the line to warn you, this is the New World Order. This is it. This is now, but these people don't have your best interest at heart. The people that I mentioned, a lot of people think Obama's a good guy. Just because he dances with her at his birthday party, whatever, it doesn't mean he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. I explained there was investigators, Wayne Madsen, who used to work for the National Security Agency, used to be a frequent guest on Alex Jones's show, mentioned this. He investigated, he went to Chicago, and he was a private investigator. This is what investigative journalists do. And he worked for the National Security Agency, which means he had a secret security clearance. He was a whistleblower. And he mentioned how he interviewed members of the homosexual community privately. He uncovered this information about Reverend Jeremiah Wright. That's the church that Obama used to go to. Barry Soetoro, it's Obama's name. His father, Frank Marshall Davis. That's not, of course, Barack Obama Sr. is not Obama's real father, because Barack Hussein Obama needed a cover to present to the black community. When they present a wolf in sheep's clothing, by the way, they send a minion, an implant in. They need to, send them in, a certain way where they can sneak under the radar. So that was the cover story, by the way. Just similar to Zygmunt Brzezinski, his mentor, who Obama mentioned, who passed away, was a high-level globalist, a member of the Bilderberg group. Zygmunt Brzezinski, you can look up, trained Osama bin Laden. When Osama bin Laden was trained many years ago, his name was Osama bin Laden. A lot of the CIA and FBI, by the way, they train the sleeper cells. Like a lot of it's information coming out about this so-called militia that was going to kidnap Gretchen Whitmore. That was all done by the FBI. It was a whistleblower, member of the FBI. The globalists are mad about one of their minions, underlings, came out as a whistleblower. This is recently, by the way. Alex Jones did an excellent report in one of his most recent videos. It's a long video, but I diligently listened to it, and I already saw the story. There was other people, Black conservative channel that I follow, other independent content creators who reported, but that case is botched. Similar, he said, he predicted this. This happened many years ago with a previous militia group where they didn't do any time because they, similar to the Black Panthers, the Black Panther Party, they sent implants in, by the way, to infiltrate. There was no different. And when I read, because my mom is a staunch, hardcore liberal, so she, after I saw the story, bro, she texted to me. I immediately went to Channel 4's website. That's the local mainstream media that's liberal controlled, similar to MSNBC and CNN. A lot of times that stuff they report is fake news. It's not real. Now, I like when they report on positive stories, but stuff is propagandized. It's propaganda. They report a lot of propaganda. So I immediately, after receiving a text from my mother, I immediately went to their website. And when I read that it was informants, I said, oh, I knew immediately. I said, FBI, they created the whole situation. Now it's coming out. You see, so they will tell you these things like with the Capitol riot, they let a lot of those people in. I have a friend, he's from Maryland. He will tell you years ago, he has many friends, relatives who work for the government in Maryland, that they're strict. They don't just let people in the Capitol like that. They had top-notch security. Those people were let in. There was other footage that I saw as they were letting people in as the other people were out there protesting, rioting, whatever you want to call it. There was other, because I watched it live that day after Trump gave his speech. I saw in live time, there was other footage, and there was Antifa members that were down there. That's come out. There's evidence that the guy that they arrested, even his brother came out as a whistleblower. He did an interview, but since some of you guys don't watch Alex Jones because you believe he's a conspiracy theorist, or you believe the information he's putting out is not accurate. You won't know this, but I saw this. The guy's brother that told on him was a whistleblower. I forget the guy's last name, but the brother that was a member of Antifa, his name was John, just like my name, whatever. His brother went on InfoWars, Band.video, and exposed him, was interviewed by Owen Schroyer, who was just recently, I saw in the headlines on some rinky-dink stuff, was made subpoena, whatever. I saw a report he did by his lawyer. But a lot of it was really petty because they couldn't have anything. There had never been a movement as big as Trump's movement, by the way. So they needed to try to interrupt his movement that he had, by the way. There's never been a movement like it before. I had seen many minorities, people all over the country from all walks of life, Hispanic, blacks, supporting them in very large numbers. Biden didn't get that many votes. Don't believe the hype. This is all a plot. Obama and Kamala Harris are behind the scenes. Obama was part of the CIA before he became president. This was mentioned in Jesse Ventura's show. Jesse Ventura was a former governor. When he did the show on True TV called Conspiracy Theory, there was a guy in one of his episodes, two different episodes that mentioned about Obama. See, these are not my words. This is information that's already on record, documented. He was connected to Zygmunt Brzezinski, who's a high-level globalist connected to the Bilderberg, who was a member of the CIA. Obama admitted Zygmunt Brzezinski was his mentor. I never read Obama's book, but I had friends, whistleblowers, that told me even Obama referenced his father, Frank, in his book, and then the updated versions, because he didn't want the black community and other people who are uncovering this to know he removed Frank from his book. But if you have his original book, you look up when he referenced Frank, he was talking about his real father, because that's not who he really is. He's a front, he's an implant. Alex Jones did a movie called Obama Deception years ago. I highly recommend check out that documentary. Check out his documentary on the Bilderberg group called Endgame. Had seen by millions of people. Check out Obama Deception. Check out Endgame. Check out Aaron Russo's documentary called Freedom to Fascism, where Aaron Russo tells the story how he met Nick Rockefeller. See, this is stuff that's already happened. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is a fact. These are whistleblowers, people who have already came out publicly, by the way, and put this on the record. So I'm just laying down the evidence. This is action-packed. This is high-powered. But I encourage you guys to do your research. If you don't believe what I'm saying, don't take my word for what I'm saying. That's why I give a disclaimer. I encourage you guys, do your own homework, do your research. I don't solicit, I don't force feed the information, but I'm presenting it. Well, I've had some subscribers, one consultation I had recently, and I said, maybe down the road I can work on that. But I had another subscriber that said she wanted to know about some of the books that I had. You know, if you're wondering about the sex trafficking and stuff, I learned about this many years ago. You can see how worn this book is. This is David Icke. I have other books by David Icke. He had a woman, what's her name? Kathy O'Brien out of Muskegon, Michigan. I don't know if it was this book, maybe another book. It might have been this version. She was a whistleblower. That's how I remember. He interviewed an African shaman that was high up, Credo Mutwa, who I think I heard just passed away. Rest in peace if he did, to Credo Mutwa. You know, he a guy that I knew years ago used to take me to some of the sovereign meetings I used to go to. He was a hood street guy. My homeboy Travell Nettles showed me many years ago. We were over someone's place. He showed the video footage that David Icke was interviewing Credo Mutwa. This is what David Icke looks like, by the way, in case you're not familiar. He also has a channel on Alex Jones's website, Band.video. They tried to call him the reptilian guy. They tried to dismiss him as a conspiracy theorist, just like Alex Jones. That is done on purpose because they don't want people researching this information. This is credible info. This is not all conspiracy theory. These people are well studied, well researched. By the way, he sold millions, tons of books. This is a book I highly recommend called Children of the Matrix. I'm not trying to spook you. I'm not trying to scare you. When one of my former girlfriends, I showed this book, she called me weird at the time. And I kind of took it like, well, down the road later, she actually thanked me for waking her up to this information, because I woke her up dealing with redemption education, sovereignty, because she saw how real this was, that this was not no joke, that this was really serious, by the way. So This is a book I highly recommend in case you're wondering if there's evidence out there. Where is it at? Because when I listen to this guy that's part of the so-called Black Manosphere, has a channel called BGS Igmore. That's where Kevin Samuels comes out of, by the way, where they was like these men that have this platform. And BGS always tries to discredit guys coming on his platform, calling them conspiracy theorists. But there's plenty of evidence out there. There's not just documents, there's books, by the way. So, but it's up to everybody to do their own homework, do their own research. You know, by the way, Black Love 777 says, who wrote the book? This book was written by David Icke. This is his name, David Icke, Children of the Matrix. To answer your question, Bloodlines of the Illuminati. This book was written by Fritz Springmeier. This is what he looks like, by the way. I'll hold it up to the camera. This book was written by William Shinoble. I met him in person years ago. My mother took me to what was called, had hiccups a little bit, a Bible Prophecy Club meeting, by the way. And I heard the guy, Stan Johnson, that started the Bible Prophecy Club, by the way. He interviewed a lot of different whistleblowers, activists years ago who became born-again Christians, by the way. I don't really attend church anymore, so just in case you guys are wondering, very well studied, but I learned about, I said, the New World Order from my mother. I say I took it a step further because based off of the research, I went and learned more, I think, at a greater level capacity than what she had learned, by the way. But he autographed the original book that I had. This has been repurchased. The original book, I had loaned it to someone. They didn't give it back. I believe to be because they were a Mason, a traveler man, Prophet Lee Williams. That's the name he went by. He did these. He was a Christian guy. He was friends with my former pastor years ago, a guy named Pastor Rodney Parnell. By the way, this guy named Prophet Lee Williams. He stated that when I asked for the book back, even after many years, by the way, before I had to repurchase this, because William Shinoble autographed the original book that I had. So the original book had sentimental value because my mother took me to the Bible Prophecy Club meeting many years ago. He claimed we used to get the newsletters mailed to the house that William Shinoble claimed. I remember my mom was telling me many years ago because the concept was that she wanted to get me more involved in the Christian church, just like parents will buy their children a Christian Bible. So I was fascinated because she would get these comic books from the Christian bookstore, and I wondered what they were. And it talked about she felt I was too young for it. She said I needed to get older. I needed to get saved or filled with the Holy Ghost before I could start learning information. So once I did those things, she started sharing the information, and I learned about the one world government, the New World Order, how the book of Revelation has, which is translated also the book of Apocalypse, by the way, which a friend of mine did the etymology. What the book of Revelations means to reveal and hold something back. So the concept is she wanted to get me more involved. So she wanted to find something to pique my curiosity to, because you know how Black women and women want their men, their husbands, or children more involved in the church. Because the one thing many years the women complain about in the church is that a lot of Black men, or it's not enough male participant, are not enough males participating. But a lot of guys or men in period, we're hardwired to psychologically not drink the Kool-Aid, to see the BS. I think it's more of us that are more so awake than the women. The women, I had a debate many years ago with two sisters about this. By the way, this is a true story. Me and my friends had met. There was a sister named Lydia McCarty and Bria Wood. We had met at the Southfield Library, and we had a debate over who was more awake. And me and my friend, we felt that the guys were more awake than the women. We felt the women are more brainwashed. They drink the Kool-Aid more. We try to warn some, like my friend's mother-in-law tried to shut down stuff. She recently called Trump a rapist to him. He said he was upset. He got into a debate with her about that. I said that's some liberal. He called it Trump derangement syndrome. This is what his true story. This is what his mother-in-law said recently. I said it was funny. This silly, retarded, goofy stuff. See, they want us fight with each other. At the end of the day, I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. I could give a care less. I'm not a registered voter. I haven't voted since 2004. Just true facts. You guys wonder why I mention this. I just have to put this on a record, but I'm also like a real watchdog group, which I think Judicial Watch reached out to me. By the way, they're actually a real legitimate constitutional watchdog organization that with proper checks and balances, they follow the law. They hold people accountable, by the way. So I can really care less, but I'm not, just keep that in mind. I'm not a registered voter. So I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I can just research the information like similar to young Pharaoh. I can go look from the outside looking in. I'm not going to be persuaded. I'm going to see who's telling the truth. And I can see more of the fraud, more of the corruption is coming from the left. Now, you do have corruption, of course, within the Republican Party. They helped, of course, seal the deal for old Biden, for Ding Ding and Ho Ho, with the help of William Barr and Mike Pence. And it stated in the 12th Amendment, even Judge Joe Brown mentioned, even prior to this incident, the power that Mike Pence had that he refused, even though he was telling you he didn't. Even the guy that discovered Hunter Biden's laptop, that whistleblower that came out, who's a former Green Beret, stated the 12th Amendment did give Pence the power to investigate that. And, you know, you saw how things turned out. That's by design. By the way, the outcome that the powers that be, the bloodlines at the very top wanted. That's not a coincidence, by the way. So just keep that in mind. But where was I going? I lost track a little bit. So did I answer your question, Black Love 777? You says, who wrote the book? If you're still watching, let me know in the chat section. And by the way, if you guys have any questions, this is Q&A, even though I didn't put it in the description. Let me know. Feel free to chime in. Sometimes you complain, guys, if I don't respond to your email in time. I tell you guys, the reason I do these lives is I'm giving you guys an opportunity to interact with me, to ask questions. Don't hesitate. You know, if there's questions that I can't answer that are not too sensitive, if not, I encourage you to set up a private consultation. If you want to know about the redemption of education, by the way, then you may want to set up a private consultation to learn more, by the way. So Biker Ryan says, what do you think about XRP? I think it's going to definitely go up, by the way, that cryptocurrency. That's a good question, by the way. I know I just found out not too long ago that crypto is backed by the World Economic Forum. They put out a report. Some of you guys that do follow cryptos, there's people, a lot of people out there that put out videos, very educational information with supporting documentation. I don't remember the name of it. I downloaded it to a folder. I read some of it, but there's certain cryptos. I was informed privately by a private source that I have told me down the road, be careful which cryptos you invest in, because the elites have another plan down the road where they're going to get rid of a bunch of cryptocurrencies and they're only going to have the main ones left. But I know XRP is going to be one of their main ones. There's a banker coin similar to XLM, that's Stellar Lumens, by the way, that is still real low right now. But it's going up. It's going to go up some more. There's corrections that happen as it hit a resistance level sometimes. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, it's going to be, Biker Ryan says yes, and it's going to connect to the QFS along with the Stellar XLM. Yeah, there's a new banking system too that they're working on. And I spoke to someone privately. I won't say the name of the individual. They've been on here sometimes that I had a private meeting Skype conversation with some years back. I don't remember what year exactly. We had a good conversation. And there's someone directly involved behind the scenes, by the way. And they confirmed to me that they are indeed working on the QFS. And I found another document from Charlie Ward. Thanks to some of you guys put me up on Charlie Ward. Had someone in the past who was watching that they banned some of his channels. Where you can find Charlie Ward on BitChute, by the way. In case you're wondering, Charlie Ward and Mel K had some good conversations. Go to BitChute. I posted the link. If you go to the description box, the chat section, this should upload after I'm done with this video. By the way, I'm gonna have to check the settings. So let me know if it comment if it doesn't upload, but you guys should be able to watch the replay, by the way, if all is well, if you feel me. But Charlie Ward is now on BitChute. He puts out good information just like Mark Z. I was going to do another video to let you guys know, an update, what my opinion was about the Iraqi dinar, the other currencies that part of the revaluation, the cabal, things I was told, informed privately. The cabal, I hear, this has been mentioned on numerous cases, even going years back, still has influence trying to thwart things. And there's a lot of arrests being made, by the way, because the story I hear, they didn't want some of these people, these cabal people who have caused harm in years past, like some of these bloodlines who have done wicked things to humanity. They didn't want them using the funds, this wealth that they already are greedy, have to just mess people's lives up and just destroy people again. So I do hear that's part of the reasons they were making a lot of arrests. But there's a big ongoing fight. I heard that this was old information, but this happened not too long ago. There was a lawsuit or a suit filed with the World Court, by the way, to allow this because cabal people were blocking it. Names were mentioned like the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers were involved. I've heard George Soros' name out there that were blocking the reset, not the Great Reset, but that's the evil version. But the global currency reset. It's another type of reset, by the way, not to be confused with that other one, that Klaus Schwab, that's a globalist with the World Economic Forum. It's important to look up who he is. His name's spelled with a K, by the way. I'll put in the chat so you guys know. I'm gonna try to make sure I have the correct info for you guys. So I'll do this breakdown. Klaus. Okay, if you guys have whatever search engine to your liking. Now, one thing when you guys hear me reference Band.video, Alex Jones, once again, the mainstream media will try to portray him as a conspiracy theorist. They'll try to say he's racist, all these things. They always throw that out there. But I've been watching his show for quite a while. So I can, if you trust my word, I'm not one to just lie to make things up. I'm credible. There's other people. I've supported people in the Black conscious community. I draw information from multiple sources, no matter what skin color you are. But I will say he has an amazing skill set. He is trying to warn us not only about the pandemic, other things. He's been on the front lines. Also keep him in your prayers, by the way. He's an activist, by the way. He's also a historian. He's interviewed a lot of these other people I'm mentioning. He's been under attack for a long time. I learned about this guy from his show. The show, I wouldn't have never known who this guy is. I'm about to post. I'm about to hit enter the post so you guys can see. Just posted it in the chat section. You guys watch the re-upload of this. Look up Klaus Schwab. He's a globalist member of the ruling class elite. Look up Klaus Schwab, by the way. He's warning you. Klaus Schwab said he doesn't want the lockdowns to end until 2026. It's not a coincidence. Specifically, I think here in the United States. Biker Ryan says, yes, he is evil. Thank you for confirming it, by the way. You also said, click and save this doc. I have 4 other links for you to check out. Well, okay, yeah. Let me know what the links are. You can post them in the chat if you like. By the way, or if you have my email, it's in the description box. By the way, if you just want to send them to me that way, you guys, I don't mind. Guys, also let me know if you want to be on my email list. If you guys want me to send you information. Now, I don't spam people. Spamming is like when you're sending multiple emails every day. Like I have a friend, I tell them just keep it limited unless it's something super, super important because I get info from relatives, multiple sources. You know how there's people inboxing you, flooding you. But when there's important info that I know about dealing with this pandemic, other things that is very accurate, some video footage, video evidence that MSNBC or CNN might not show you guys. If you guys want me to send you stuff like that, hit me up and just let me know if it's specific. If it's not related to consultation, that's fine. You can hit me up in terms of that for serious inquiries. If you guys want to receive stuff, if you want me to put you on my email list, where when I send the email to multiple people, that's like where I'm spreading the word. And I encourage you guys to spread the word. If you guys want me to send you, I just got a video I was able to download. And this was from AJ's website. I posted his links. He showed the video evidence. It was from a compilation video. It was banned, where they showed people that were having major side effects. They call vaccine injuries from taking the vaccine. He showed evidence of a whistleblower out of England, by the way, that showed that when you take the vaccine, it weakens 1/3 of your immune system. And I heard if you get the third vaccine, the booster shot, he said it completely annihilates your immune system significantly. And he goes into the details what they're doing at the hospitals too. When they intubate a person, they were blowing people's lungs out. This is how prior to the vaccines, they were killing people during the pandemic. Hospitals were getting, this was real, they were getting thousands of dollars to declare people had COVID-19, 35,000 or whatever. There's accurate information in regards. These other independent platforms, these sites, you go there, they're going to provide the credible information. But I encourage you guys still distinguish. You're going to have to make your own assessment, evaluate, because you know the mainstream media is always quick to label these other platforms as conspiracy theories. But I've been watching, and he has some high power, action-packed information. He shows the documents. He interviews people. He shows video footage, not just here in the States. He interviews people in Canada, Australia, people overseas. Even this other site, by the way, I'm going to go to show you guys the evidence. I'm going to copy and paste this link. This other guy who is a friend of his, by the way, that's also hosted some of his shows. By the way, some of you all may already be familiar with Mike Adams, the Health Ranger, Brighteon. The cool thing about these video web hosting platforms, I posted in the chat section. Make sure what you do, create a username, create a password. But in case something happens, once again, this is a public service announcement to you guys. Anything happens to me over here, you'll be able to find me. I'm already on Rumble. I just haven't uploaded any videos. That video that YouTube recently removed, that I got a community guideline strike from, I was able to save it. I forgot I was telling you guys a story. They tried to keep me from getting it after I did my appeal. They don't let you go back because they said they will only leave it up for only the content creator will be able to view it. Once they remove it, you'll only be able to view it for 7 days. Then it goes into their purgatory. It's just disappears. So I was able to get it in the nick of time. I didn't have it backed up, but I do have it. So in due time, if you guys want me to, I can repost that video. If you guys go and create an account, probably on Rumble, that video was over 2 hours. And I received major feedback from my subscribers that told me privately that they liked that video was really good. I had one subscriber said they wanted to work with me. I had another subscriber, I won't reveal who she is. She said she's out west, said I helped connect a major dot for her. By the way, and she has like a school. By the way, I don't have the time. She's asked me, I've got to reconnect with her. She's advanced, by the way. I would say she's more advanced than myself. When she teaches redemption information, she used to work with Yusuf El. She told me some years ago. She's friends with a guy named Dave McDowell, who has done webinars that he's hosted with Yusuf. I purchased some of those webinars years ago. She's friends. I actually got a chance to meet Dave last year. I was on a third-party conference call with her. She put Dave on the line. So big shout out to David McDowell's Patriot Guru from back in the day. I don't disregard Patrick Devine, Winston Shrout, those guys. Even, what's her name? Anna Von Ritz. Her information is accurate. Contrary to popular belief, common law does still exist. As I mentioned earlier, many of these major corporations in the early 1900s operated and existed as common law express trust, by the way. But not to deviate, those alternative media websites that I'm posting, they go over the information. That was Mike Adams, the Health Ranger. It's Brighteon.com. He goes over information that pertains to, and he also has other content creators, some that have already been blacklisted from YouTube. Others, you can feel free to create an account. They're growing just like Gab. I think they're creating. They have Brighteon TV, a live version. If you do have deep pockets, or you have the need to support them, you want to send your funds their way. I encourage you to, because they're fighting for you. Trust me. Google, Apple, Facebook, Tim Cook, CEO Apple, they're evil compared to these guys. Just the fact that YouTube is censoring to this degree now tells you what side YouTube is on, that they're allowing Little Nas X videos where he's lapped at. Even though if you don't believe in the devil or hell or Satan, I know the truth about religion. I'm not necessarily a atheist, by the way. You say maybe more so agnostic, but it's still, there is in the universe, there's yin and yang. There's still a good versus bad. There's overall, I know the universe is based on balance, as above, so below. So YouTube is telling you what side. Like, once again, even if you don't believe in God or the devil, the fact that YouTube, they're promoting that type of deviant behavior, but they're trying to tell you speech they don't agree with. They're trying to tell you it's misinformation or disinfo. No, YouTube they're the ones that's corrupt. Their parent company, Alphabet, that runs Google. Sundar Pichai, that's another one. He had been caught lying under perjury, just like Jack Dorsey. No relation to Jack Dorsey, by the way. No relation, by the way. And I may do a video down the road to go over my real last name, what's who I'm really related to, my real bloodline. Because I researched my own bloodline on my father's side of the family, because the father passes the same chromosome down to his son. Check, even Henry Louis Gates had a show years ago that talked about DNA and ancestry research. That was confirmed. That's one of the things I agreed with Henry Louis Gates on. I disagreed with him on other information because he was trying to mainly research his Eurocentric bloodline, but many African Americans, melanated people, have an indigenous link to here in the States. That's why I know all of our ancestors didn't come on slave ships. They mixed in to the population. So I know on my father's side of the family, this famous family that I'm related to, I saw some of their names on some of the ancestry sites that I had already researched. You know, there's other ancestry sites other than ancestry.com. There's Genie. There was some other family tree. I already had a member, and I saw some of these famous people who connected when I found out I'm related to the same family. Well, I'm not saying their name in this video, but I did research some years ago, and the Native American, they had a caste system. By the way, his wife was a slave, so the slave masters, they allow him to marry, but he was a Native American shaman, by the way, in the early 1800s, excuse me, where my bloodline goes to. And one of the descendants, he had multiple different wives, because the slave masters, the slave owners would breed their slaves out. And he escaped 3 times. He was brutally beaten. So he had like 3 different wives. And he produced a lot of children by each wife. That's why some of the bloodlines in the genealogy, according to my genes, the men grow to a certain height. Some parts of the bloodline, the men are taller, because that's based on the mother, where you get certain traits or attributes from. It's split between the mother and father. By the way, generally, if the father is tall, the children are going to be tall. If the mother is not a significant difference between the mother's height, there could be different variables. But if she's tall as well, there's a great chance all of the children or the sons are going to be tall. By the way, it's things like that when you get into studying genealogy. So I was able to research things about myself while I was a little bit below the average height, by the way, from learning. But it taught me who my real ancestry was, my bloodline. So I did research on myself. Not only did I research these people, I researched my own ancestry without having to take a DNA test. And I got confirmation from a relative who was part of a rap group. She was one of the first female rappers. She told me many years ago, historically, She was a rapper for Scarface's group called the Face Mob. She went to this funeral because she discovered this. We have her mother is the older sister, I think, believe, of my father, something like that. Well, her and my father are related, so that makes me and her cousins. And she confirmed she went to this funeral many years ago, and she told me it was a historic funeral in the Cleveland, Ohio area. This is where my great grandfather, just not saying his last name, that's my real lineage. And she told me privately, and the same cousin knew the rapper Biggie Smalls too, by the way. She told me that privately. She knew Christopher Wallace, aka that was a rapper that went by Biggie Smalls. By the way, she was one of the first female rappers. That was my older cousin, by the way, who used to take care of me when I was younger. So I'm just giving you guys confirmation, but I'm not saying the name just yet. And some other things I'll go into later. But she told me she attended this funeral, and she confirmed to me many years ago we were indeed related to this family. And my grandfather, who passed away before my grandfather on my father's side, she said in the I found out when I ordered the obituary. I called the funeral home in the Cleveland, Ohio area back in 2014. The sister, big shout out to her, she worked for the funeral home. She sent me a copy of the obituary. My mother didn't even know about it. I showed it to her years later. By the way, this is how I found out when I did research on my real great grandfather. I got a chance to meet him one time when I was a little boy. My father took me to go meet him, by the way. It's a true story. So I researched my own self, by the way, just letting you guys know. Not only did I research these people, I researched my own ancestry. This is what I haven't done no DNA test, but I know this for sure to be a fact. And she told me, and I discovered from reading the obituary, it listed his original last name was a different name on his birth certificate than my name, than the name I have now. I guess when his mother got married, she took on, he was adopted through marriage, by the way, something like that. But originally his grandfather, which would be my great grandfather, his biological father disowned him, but he apologized for it years later. This is what my uncle even confirmed. One of my dad's brothers, by the way, had confirmed this to me privately. They were never proud to kind of be related to this family because of this family had been in the news. And some people told me when I said I was related to these people, they said, why would you want to be related to them? But I said, a lot of people's family have dysfunction in it. Everybody's family has a family member or whatever that may have dysfunction or whatever. I don't expect people to be perfect at the same time, but just giving you guys a background about myself, because you hear Jack Dorsey's name. I don't want to be associated with that scumbag, but he lied before Congress because he tried to say there's other free speech platforms that don't censor, but behind the scenes, they've been going after BitChute and some of these other platforms, doing web attacks, trying to shut them down. Even that's why I posted some of the alternative links to ban that video, because AJ's been under attack as well. Even Mike Lindell recently, when he did his symposium, said they had to have like backup servers. Even Andrew Torba from Gab, this is a real fight, who used to work for Silicon Valley. He's a genius. I commend Andrew Torba for his fight. They did some devious things behind the scenes. He mentioned some years ago when that guy did that thing to the synagogue or whatever, they tried to blame it, say because he had a Gab account, but he had made a recent post on Facebook and Twitter. Facebook and Twitter didn't take no accountability, but they had attacked Gab and shut them down. So they put propaganda because they know most of the mainstream public doesn't do research like that. And they had put a bomb behind his parents' house or tried to blow up a grill or something. He told the story, Andrew Torba. So I commend the work he's doing to fight these big tech platforms that are big tech bullies. I call them, by the way, that are big bullies. Apple, Amazon, Google, the Walmarts of the world, by the way, that's involved in this. They're a bunch of bullies, these big tech companies, and they're violating antitrust laws. That's why Andrew Torba started Gab as a free speech platform. No matter what's your background, they're welcome to everybody. Now, we know the mainstream media will try to say that's where a bunch of racists go to, but that's also a bunch of BS, because it's open to minorities. The Parler was originally designed for everybody, minorities. It's just that a lot of people from the conservative or right-leaning community went there, and they didn't like that because Trump had a movement so large, they wanted to curtail the numbers, by the way. That's why YouTube has done what they've done to suppress the algorithms Even look at my videos. Look at my old Dinar videos, all the thousands of views they were getting, and I could barely crack 100 views now. That's why I go live longer, to try to build my numbers up. So you guys also share my videos too. But I'm equipping you guys with the skill sets out there to be aware of what's coming down the road. These globalists, they don't have our best interest at heart. They have nefarious intentions. They're very wicked, by the way. So I see Root of Reality in the chat section says, please email me, brother. Okay, got you. But I don't think I have your email, so I don't know. I don't know who you are. I forgot to mention this in the past. Some of you guys, I know you maybe by just your screen name, but I don't know you. I don't remember you if we met before, because I had some people who may know me through a friend, or through a relative, may have referred them to my channel. But let me know who you are. If you want me to keep you private, I won't say when I do videos, because certain names I don't mention. Certain people have already stayed private. I had to tell one subscriber that wanted to work with me, already have a private team of people. There were certain skill sets that I was looking for. There were certain criteria for people that wanted to work with me privately. I was looking for someone who knew how to successfully discharge debt, who was fluent at it, that knows, or maybe be a member of the private sector, maybe have access to their freedom. Because, hey, it can help a brother get out of this 9-to-5 job. I would never forget you. You would have a friend for life. I'd be cool. Ace Boo Coon, we'd be, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying we had to sing Kumbaya or I would co-sign everything, but I would appreciate you for, I would feel like you pulled me out the matrix, this rat race that I'm still in. But if my ship does sail through, by the way, I'm going to go more private. I'm also going to put security mechanisms in place where I'm going to be screening out everybody, even including family members or whatever. It's not going to be like it was before, where I'll be allowing people to get in my space. I had a former neighbor who used to live in the same building that said he saw at one time I didn't allow people in my circle till we broke the ice one day. He came and knocked on the door. I ignored it. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, I don't really know this dude or who he was. He doesn't stay in the same building. He lives in a different building. I'm just giving you guys this as an example. But once we broke the ice, he got to fill me out. I got to know him. He says, I see you just don't let anybody in your space. I said, yeah, because I have to see what the person's ulterior motive, if they have an ulterior motive. I'm aware some of these guys, people out here, these street lords, vice lords, they look for vices too. Like I said, I got some people watching in the background for tactical purposes, by the way. I've got a tactical team I'm forming. Some other people want to be part of that privately. If you know me locally, you want to, you feel what I'm doing, but I have to screen you out. You see, I don't trust everybody. Like in the James Bond movies, a lot of the movies, they would say, don't trust no one. The rapper Master P would say he don't trust no one but God. He said he didn't even trust his own mother. He said that before. But the globalists, they're trying to create, and they are already in the process of doing this, to punish people through their technocracy. They're developing a system of technology, by the way. I know this is hard pill for some people to swallow, but follow me. That's going to try to force people. You see what they're trying to do. They've already done this in other countries where you can't attend certain events. You can't grocery shopping unless you show proof of a vaccine, which is totally criminal. This is a form of racketeering. This is a form of extortion. By the way, these guys, these street lords who like to use vices, get people hooked on drugs. That's what they do. These are forms of extortion. These members of these bloodlines, you have to watch out for. They use extortion tactics. These are criminals. So you're going to have to use, I say, find family members or close friends that you can trust, you genuinely trust. Form alliances with like minds who, in the event, if something happens, can come to your aid, or the police, they can have a person of interest in case something happens to you. There's someone I go into more detail about what's happening with me. So in case something happens to me, I don't have any plans on committing suicide. So this person would know, they would know how to investigate it or who to come after. I'll have vigilantes going after the people that took me out. God forbid if that happens. That's what we need. to protect yourself. It's ways to become a hard target, to protect yourself, to utilize counter surveillance. Get cameras in your vehicle, automobiles, your place of dwelling. A lot of people, I commend you for having those Ring doorbell apps. Those are helping apprehend people. Law enforcement are using those. Cameras are a good weapon to fight crime, because these criminals, they don't like to be caught. These people that like to do dirt, like to do evil, terrorize people, they need a taste of their own medicine. And I backed down from no one. I was 5'7.5". I had a roommate in college was 6'2", over 200 pounds. That's my former classmate, alumni that went to Cooley High School with me, a guy named Drew. He was a tall guy. They were amazed. I picked them up in the air. I won't say the other roommate's name at the time. When I used to be a student at DeVry University, which was the DeVry Institute of Technology, before I transferred many years ago, by the way. But I can fight for my size. Like the rapper T.I. said, I don't back down from no one, by the way. So you're not going to intimidate me anymore. That's out the door. I'm going to be able to fit. I'm going to be able to identify you. I'm going to turn your information over to law enforcement. I love the police, by the way. There's some people that tried to get me in trouble, by the way, but I work as a security guard. I'm not a cop, but I'm a security guard. I had to go through a clearance, a background check. I had to take a drug test. It means I'm a man of integrity overall. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but trust me, I've got a tactical team I'm working on building up. I have someone I won't go into the details about, and someone else, by the way. So in case something happened to me, they would know basically who to come after, or they would be able to. And there's other ways. I hear there's other strategies where one guy has his neighbors has surveillance equipment set up, where even if they shot something at his house or something, the surveillance footage, it would pick it up and it would go into a server, a live feed, and it would notify other people that he's allies with, that are righteous, that are men of God, men of integrity, that will go after these evil scumbags. And I'm telling you, women, you can do this as well, because I don't like these. It's sad what I heard, for example, about R. Kelly. Now, I can listen to his music unapologetically, but I didn't know that stuff was going on for years, and many other music artists and still going on, like with that Nexium cult thing that happened. This stuff is real. And I had a subscriber that asked me questions about the evidence. When I read this book years ago, when I bought this from Borders Books, a friend of mine recommended this book. You see, I have the sticker still on there. Bookstore is no longer open. These guys went over the evidence of what I'm telling you now. It's not hearsay. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is something I read, so I was already able to understand it better. Maybe for some people, they hadn't really researched the information. I understand, but Pizzagate was real, contrary to popular belief. But YouTube is showing you what side they're on. They're on the side of the cabal. They're on the side of the New Order. And these people, they do not have your best interest at heart. They have nefarious intentions. One of my consultation I had recently, I had to explain explicitly clear. These people, they brought in this pandemic as a cover. Yeah, people really did get sick. They created a bioweapon. This was designed as a cover. Dr. Rima Labo warned us. She was on Jesse Ventura's show years ago on True TV. Dr. Rima Labo. She gave a warning, by the way, that they would use the cover of a pandemic. Go back and look at the archives. Alex Jones reposted it on his site, band.video. He was one of the people that met with her in that show. You guys, I have a good memory. That was way back around 2011. By the way, it's like over about a decade ago. So you guys, that's why it's important. There is research. There's, mind you, when people are talking gatekeeper talk, or people sound like agents, those one of the ways I can tell you how to pick up agents, if people are talking that agent talk, if they're trying to tell you where's the evidence, or they're trying to dismiss it as a conspiracy theory, when there's plenty of books. These aren't the only books. There's numerous books that are out there. Numerous books. And you guys see the bookcase I have behind me. These are just a few I pulled out. This book teaches you about the symbolisms. Why they do these horns on what this stuff means. There's many books. There's subliminal messages. I told you guys about the whistleblower Ted Gunderson many years ago, who came out as a whistleblower exposing this information. And he helped, by the way, think he's in some of these books. One of the women who was trafficked, her name was Kathy O'Brien, by the way, and she named names. Some of her videos you might still be able to find on YouTube. And she had a friend named Bryce Taylor, and this former FBI agent Ted Gunderson investigated this. They were trafficked into the ring was part of Pizzagate that was connected to Jerry Sandusky and Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, that went all the way high up to the White House and these elites. That's why it's not a coincidence what's come out about Prince Andrew. He's trying to deny it. I hear the lady suing him now. Kudos to her. But I knew about this. I read this in these books years ago. That's where you get the information. They say reading is comprehension. But if you guys are wondering, because some people say, well, what is this related to the banking system, by the way? Well, it means a lot because it will help you understand why the dinar is being held up. Why the Iraqi dinar, the global currency reset, why they're using the banking system as a weapon. Debt is their weapon. You will be able to connect the pieces and understand these criminality that the Lale Lulelo have been involved with. That's another name a friend of mine came up with. By the way, I see Black Love 777 says that's right. Says, yeah, right. Yes, they are. Yes. Thank you for confirming. Appreciate you. And I'm just trying to warn you. I'm not trying to spook you. I'm not trying to scare you, but this is a topic that more people need to talk about. You need to warn your relatives. You need to warn your children. But this pandemic, this was brought in as a cover. They don't have our best interest at heart, by the way. And I heard Klaus Schwab, whose name I posted. Look up Klaus Schwab. Alex Jones calls him Palpatine from Star Wars. He's a Sith Lord, by the way. Friend of mine, I don't know too much about the storyline, but he's a very wicked, very evil man. And there's others like him. Look up who he is. You know, have some of their security people going to be turning on them some years later once they find out what they're involved with. It's just like Bill Gates. You know, what he's done in other countries, it's not a coincidence. But these vaccines cause harm. There are side effects. They're lying. There's a major cover-up. Look up Dr. Rima Label. Look up Dr. Judy Mikovits. Look up Dr. Sherry Tenpenny out of the Cleveland, Ohio area. She has a practice. Who other names I could think of? Dr. Stella Emanuel. There's numerous whistleblowers that are out there. You see that I'm remembering offhand, but those sites that I posted previously, if you stay abreast of them, create a username, create a password, go to their sites every now and then so you can get the updates. A lot of times, AJ, he'll interview some of those people I named. He'll show you the documents, supporting documentation, even from mainstream media. So when those out there that question the evidence is there. You guys have to connect the pieces. Some of you are. I'm not talking to all you guys. Some of you are razor sharp. Some of you guys get it. I get that. But I'm speaking to those who try to dismiss the information or just throw it under the bus as hearsay or urban legend. This is not an urban legend. These people mean business, by the way. Says Black Love 777 says, can you put those names in the chat, please? Yes, those doctors I named, Dr. Rima Label. Now I may be off with the spelling. That's one doctor, Dr. Judy Mikovits. May have the name spelled wrong, but you guys can look it up. Sometimes the web search engine has the spell check, so it'll spell it for you correctly. So don't worry about if it's slightly off, by the way. Dr. Judy Mikovits was the other doctor. Dr. Stella Emanuel. She's the African woman that when those doctors had a press conference during COVID, Dr. Stella Emanuel. By the way, there's Dr. Sherry Tenpenny. And there's most of the medical industry, by the way. Most of the doctors and a lot of the nurses are on the side. They're lying about the numbers on the news of people that are vaccinated too. They're hyping the numbers up. Notice how they just rolled this out, because you got to think. And I might be spelling Sherry Tenpenny. Dr. Sherry, I may have Dr. Sherry Tenpenny's name spelled wrong. She's out of the Cleveland, Ohio area. Alex Jones did a video. He interviewed her, by the way. And he's interviewed different doctors from around the world. So some of them, they give you different perspectives, but they're all basically saying the same thing. That whether it's the Pfizer vaccine, the Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, the mRNA vaccine that causes the prions to grow in the brain. And some of them cause blood clots. That's why people were getting headaches. People were fainting. That's not a coincidence. And there's other numerous doctors out there. There's Dr. Let me see, Dr. Francis Boyle. Look up Dr. Francis Boyle. If you go to those links that I posted earlier at Black Love, in case if you're still watching, see you in the chat, says, thank you, man. Appreciate you. You're welcome. By the way, appreciate you. But if you go to the links that I previously posted from a lot of those videos, I've already done my research because I every now and then when I get off work in the early morning, I check the local news. I'll read the headlines, whether it's Microsoft's Bing, Yahoo search engine, which my mother got a communications degree from Cleveland State, by the way, which I know that gets into public relations. I forget what she got her master's degree in, but she told me that a lot of the Yahoo news that's running through the Associated Press. So they're filtering that information, you see. So, okay, thank you, Black Love says, yes, they are lying about the numbers, but I have a lot of friends who have taken it. Yeah, that's unfortunate because the way you see they're trying to incentivize people. Remember, they had a lottery where they're trying to incentivize. Why do they have to try to convince you to win prizes to take a lottery for something if it's really good for you? You got to use common sense at the end of the day. If this was safe for you, truly safe, even the booster shots, why won't they let us see the lab results? Why do they have to offer you prizes? Didn't they do something like this years ago? Especially Black people should know historically the Tuskegee experiment. They put this in a movie, My Alpha 21. Oh, check out the documentary, My Alpha 21. Alex Jones, he used to sell that documentary on his website. One of the whistleblowers, Pastor Cleonard Childress, who's an activist, fought against abortions, by the way. They exposed the whole eugenics movement, which Hillary Clinton, by the way, who I know a lot of the women, majority of a lot of women out there, Black women, they hated Trump. But Hillary Clinton mentioned on record, she called Margaret Sanger her idol. Now, did you know Margaret Sanger went to Klan rallies? Margaret Sanger went to Ku Klux Klan. This is a fact. So a lot of Black women, you want to rethink Hillary Clinton being your idol, your hero. Even Kamala Harris. These people are connected to the eugenicist movement. Even Obama, they're all Obama's more evil. He's way more corrupt than Trump. If we could go tit for tat versus whose taxes are bad or this, that, and the other, I can name way more stuff on Obama, the Clintons, Bushes. We can go to Benghazi. Obama had numerous scandals during his presidency. Similar to LeBron James, they just coddle him like a baby. They cover his scandals up. Obama had Operation Fast and Furious, where they were running drugs from Mexico to the United States and going through Chicago. By the way, Operation Fast and Furious. But when Biden started, I heard that the kid trafficking went up. You look at the news headlines in Houston, Texas. They're telling you human trafficking rates. They're catching so many homes that's involved with harboring, dealing with human trafficking, by the way, because you know what they're doing, by the way. But there's whistleblowers that came, Operation Fast and Furious, during Obama's administration. They continued from Bush's administration into Obama's administration. He had to be aware because they're briefed on things. He had secret security clearances. Presidents have to be briefed on things. So he was aware. What other things? The Lois Lerner scandal, where Obama targeted people who spoke against him politically. This is illegal. This is criminal to use to target your political enemies. By the way, that's what they made a movie called The Last King of Scotland, what Idi Amin did. By the way, there was called The Last King of Scotland, played by Forrest Whitaker. Obama did this. He targeted Dr. Ben Carson. He targeted Justice Clarence Thomas's wife, who I found out some years back. I didn't know she was a member of the Tea Party. I was like, whoa. That let me know Dr. Clarence Thomas had to have known something. He was one of the few justices that wanted to hear the election cases. Mind you, what these judges weren't doing, because Judge Roberts was the chief judge, who I hear they have dirt on him. He was connected to Jeffrey Epstein, by the way. But they didn't want to hear the election fraud cases. Mind you, they weren't even allowed to be heard, by the way. So it's not that the cases weren't put together correctly, Sidney Powell and Lynn Wood did a hellified job. They were well-experienced lawyers, had won landmark cases that they had beaten, were very well-respected attorneys until most recent times. That's not a coincidence that they're being thrown under the bus, even Rudy Giuliani. But Sidney Powell and Lynn Wood, they had won major cases. They were, way up here. But there's a lot of public corruption coming down from public officials. So what I would say, what I hear is coming down the road to the militia, the real patriots out there. I would say you guys are going to see, you're going to have to do what you're going to have to do. What it says in the original Declaration of Independence was part of the law, part of the Bill of Rights, the Constitution. It was clear when the founding fathers, when they set it up, it wasn't perfect. They weren't perfect. My friend's wife is from another country, and she even said their country doesn't have a constitution. She was saying, but she doesn't understand about the propaganda and stuff. She's still partially brainwashed. She's still drinking the Jim Jones Kool-Aid. But she did admit that her country didn't have a constitution. So she knows her leader years ago, Jammeh, was disappearing people in Gambia, her country. It's killing people. They had to overthrow it. And then I hear it's bad stuff from the new guy that took over there. But remember, a lot of these people, when I told you guys a story earlier in this video about Zygmunt Brzezinski, he trained Osama bin Laden. A friend of mine put me up on this many years ago. I won't say his name. I didn't know this originally. He had a high-level secret security clearance. But he told me many of the dictators, leaders, they're trained by the West, by the globalists. They went to a school called the School of Americas. But he told me Saddam Hussein was trained by the West. Muammar Gaddafi was trained by the CIA, FBI. They've been weaponized. There's some good members left of the FBI, by the way. So I don't want to paint this picture that everyone within government is corrupt. They call it a swamp. When Trump talked about draining the swamp, he's not establishment, meaning a lot of these gatekeepers that establishment, they're Masons, they're gatekeepers, they're Shriners, they belong to higher level secret societies, they're members connected to this organization, and they were protecting their gatekeepers, their higher ups, like James Comey, by the way, when he didn't prosecute Hillary, when the evidence, it was other members of the FBI when he came out a week before the election. It was other members of the FBI that had come out because they had the evidence where the NYPD police in New York had gotten a hold of Anthony Weiner's laptop. If you don't know the story, Anthony Weiner, his wife, Huma Abedin, worked for Hillary Clinton's campaign, and he got caught up in a scandal. Similarly, what they gathered the evidence with the underage minor, and the New York NYPD police detectives, they had already turned information over to patriots. Some of it was put out on the deep web, the dark web. So there's a difference between the deep web, the dark web. But the dark web, which you need a VPN, I think, to access. There was people that saw there was it's rumored allegedly there was a footage of Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin skinning the little girl's face, that they had been in some of these rituals. And David Icke goes in his book, Children of the Matrix, which I recommend this book. I read this years ago, who the Queen of England and others have been at these rituals where they harness the adrenochrome, the concept where they have blood sacrifices with these children, where they want to see the pain of a person right before the moment before they die. Your body shoots out adrenochrome, this adrenaline. And then they have blood transfusions where they take the young blood that helps them extend their life, for life extension. Another reason why they're using this pandemic to murder a lot of people, they want to kill us. They don't want a lot of the population to get access to this life extension technology. That's why they suppress independent scientists, innovators. They try to steal ideas from people who innovate, create apps and things, the people that's connected to the globalists. It's not a coincidence, because they don't want they don't like free market. They want, under the New World Order, a one world government. They want China to be the new superpower, but they want to create, they want a monopoly. They already have a monopoly, but it can be a lot worse than what it is, especially if people don't fight this. But they also don't want us to get access to the new technology coming out. By 2030, the autonomous cars, they already have them, but as manufacturing picks up, they'll be pushed, more in the population, and the prices will start to go down as it goes more into the future, as it gets cheaper and newer things come out, like the latest technology is generally more expensive, then the prices go down. Like when VCRs first came out, and then DVDs before the Blu-rays, they were expensive, super expensive. Then the prices go down as the technology or newer models or versions come out. Generally, if the technology has better bells and whistles, it'll be more expensive. So the globalists, they don't want people getting access to life extension technology, because they say that the generation that's young, that are children now, are going to see the life extension technology is going to come out around the 2040s. It's predicted. Some predict even prior to that. They're going to cryogenics. I know if I have a friend that's a scientist. He studied quantum physics, laser beam technology. He studied anthropology. He told me that cryogenics is going to be, he told me this privately, it's going to be perfected in some years. They've already said in 20, 30 years from now. So the globalists, they want transhumanism, where, you know, some people have medical devices built or attached in their skin. There's forms of transhumanism. But see, they want to use it, the benefits for themselves. But the rest of the population, they want to either kill off or they don't want to have access to. By the way, this is real. Look up the technology. They are exploring exoplanets, by the way, because eventually, at one point, this planet wasn't habitable at one time, but it's going to go through another phase. I don't know how many years, but they want to control the climate change. By the way, there's an agenda behind that. They want to speed it up, too. There's some things I won't go into detail. Some of you guys, it's too heavy for you guys to understand, for me to break down. But at one point in the future, down the road, this planet is no longer going to be habitable when we lose our greenhouse effect. You know, the planet Venus was once habitable. They say there's some plants that we have here that were somehow native to the planet Venus. I don't know if there was a teleportation device or something like that. They say Mars was habitable, but they can terraform Mars because Mars still in a good distance of the habitable zone of our solar system. But they've discovered other solar systems that have habitable zones. By the way, they're doing research. So that's another reason why they want to kill off a good portion of the world's population. But some scientists have proven years ago that this planet back in the 70s, Webster Tarpley, a historian, had mentioned he had gone to this event and said they had proven this world could easily sustain over 36 billion people. By the way, they're concerned about so-called overpopulation. But that is also a ploy. They don't want the public, and they're afraid because of the numbers that the public has, like the Bilderberg, the members of the ruling class. So I hate to break it. This is real. This is a warning as well. This is real. That's another reason they're using this pandemic as a cover, because when I attended that event, I told you guys I wasn't making that information up. By the way, they didn't want me talking about this stuff, but other things they may not know I know about. And I discovered some other people who were connected. Black Love 777 says we got to get these roaches out of here. Yeah. So, you know, share this video with your like-minded people, true warriors that will fight. Use tactical skills that I go over. There's things to make yourself a hard target. If you have been targeted in the past, it's good to get cameras placed in your vehicle. You can get them placed in the back, the rear, the front. You can even have objects, pop bottles that will pose as cameras. By the way, some people won't even know. Hidden cameras, so you can surveil your area. You can get an idea. Watch out for even family members who come into your life. People who may give you your phone call out the blue. I monitor and watch any and everybody I treat as a suspect. I have to feel you. I can read a person's soul. I'm an empath. I'm naturally empathic. I was prophesied over by Prophet Lee some years ago, who I mentioned, who had my book. Now, he told me personally, privately, years ago, that he belonged to many different organizations. So it's a good chance he was a member, because I heard if you're not an official member of this organization, that's why they want to keep or take stuff. So I repurchased this years later. But this book taught me who the Prince Hall Freemasons were, the history on it. He goes into the difference, the racism that existed within Freemasonry. He was a member of the Illuminati. My mother told me years ago when she took me to the meeting, it was through the Bible Prophecy Club, through Stan Johnson, who I was told privately Stan Johnson attended the Pastor Tony King retreat, October of 2009 at the Callaway Gardens Resort. That's south of Atlanta, Georgia. By the way, back in October of 2009, I was told this privately by a source that I have. I didn't even realize, but I connected some other people, you could say some other elites that were there. By the way, they said they were there watching us, monitoring us. So it was a seminar where we were being taught basically information. It was by invitation only, by members of the ruling class elite. There's a pecking order. They have a caste system. But best believe some people are born into this. That's why Fritz Springmeier did research. He went to West Point many years ago. You know, West Point is a military school, kind of like some people that just don't become military generals by mistake. You're groomed. You have to go through an initiation, by the way. So they join, it's not a coincidence, through their parents. They join these different secret societies. It's even gang members. There was a show called Book of Secrets that aired on the History Channel that showed the connection to street gangs, vice lords, motorcycle gangs, how they have a connection to these groups in different secret societies. So you guys can connect the dots. That's how they also send in implants. I have another book, by the way. Let's see here. What is this at? Okay. This book a friend of mine gave me. He had another version, but this book right here, I think he got this from a grocery store. This is some other books. Time Magazine did a story on secret societies. Some people call cults. Dan Brown made a movie, but it was kind of like watered down. Here's another U.S. News did a story on secret societies, Masons, religious cults, Scientology. You have even crypto religions. It's not a coincidence that Joseph Smith, the founder of the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, a Mormon, he was a 33rd degree Freemason. I learned this from William Shinola. Charles Taze Russell, that started the Watchtower Society, Jehovah's Witness. He was also a member of a Rosicrucian Lodge. It's not a coincidence. He was a Freemason. Albert Pike, who started one of the founders of the Ku Klux Klan, was a Freemason. You see how these people talk behind the scenes. I was explaining to this private consultation, this guy that snitched on me at my job. It's believed to be he was a Freemason. He knew this white guy, and he was talking all this pro-black stuff to me before he told the company I was doing YouTube videos. By the way, trying to get me in trouble, by the way. But I know he was connected, most likely, because I brought it up to him. So I connected this dot. He's a young guy at the time. I still remember his name. I found out who he was, by the way, because they told me when I had to meet with them, they said somebody snitched on you. And I kept wondering. I said, there's only one person I told in particular. So that's how they're able to infiltrate different organizations. You know, Antifa, Black Lives Matter has different chapters. This organization has different chapters, by the way. You see how there's information that that connects the pieces, connects the dots. So you see, this is U.S. News did a report. So it says Masons, religious cult, Scientology, Opus Dei, the Mafia, Skull and Bones, because there's connections with even the Mafia. See this? So I'm showing you guys, this is evidence. Now, this book, done by the government, by the way, Homeland Security, I believe this is put out. It says the media source, and flip through some notable stuff that's happened. Oh, here's a civil rights activist, Medgar Evans. He's not as popular as Malcolm X or Martin Luther King, but the FBI, the same ones that infiltrated, that used the Capitol riot thing and set up the so-called militia to kidnap Whitmore, they had him killed. They used intelligence agencies. That's who Kennedy, before he was assassinated, said he wanted to disband the CIA. They were involved in drug operations, Central Intelligence Agency, and the FBI. Many of them work hand in hand. Now, I will say this, you still do have good members. I would say, I'm not painting a picture that everyone within our government organization is corrupt. However, when Trump talked about the swamp, so you guys can understand, That's why a lot of their higher ups, the people they hire, they have to be initiated or they have to belong to this group. That's how they're able to infiltrate. To one of the ways. It's other. You even have women who are Eastern Stars, by the way, like this logo right here, the Baphomet. I had a guy years ago, homie, used to come see someone I knew that lived in an apartment building I used to do security at. He used to actually work for my former landlord, had a graphics company. I don't remember this guy's name. It's probably a good thing. So the game is to be sold, not to be told. But he told me he saw a woman. He was at a particular building somewhere, saw a woman laying butt naked on a table and didn't know what was going on. Some women grabbed him and rushed him out the room. Come to find out, I asked one of my sources, he had stumbled across an initiation ritual ceremony, most likely from women who were members of the Eastern Star, because the concept is that you have to give something, give of yourself. Like this thing is real with Hollywood. That's the connection to the occult they have. This illusion, or Disney. You know, Walt Disney, that's another guy. Disney was a 33rd degree Freemason. That's not why it's not a coincidence how certain people that did, like Drake, the rapper, he was connected to Disney. He did commercials years ago. Remember the Kicks commercials? Britney Spears was connected to Disney. Justin Timberlake. It's not a coincidence. These people that were connected to Disney, they blew up. I was part of a rap group years ago, by the way. And I'll say I used to live in Florida temporarily, in Orlando, Florida area. That's where Nickelodeon Studios, and it's in the area vicinity of Disney. By the way, that's where Nick Cannon, I heard he has ties, or his family. By the way, it's not a coincidence. He's in the showbiz because his family owns Nickelodeon or something. I don't know the full story, so don't quote me on it. But that's why it's not a coincidence that some of these people go into the music industry. It's called 6 degrees of separation. And some of them even are connected, like some of the people in Hollywood are bloodlines. That's why at the award shows, the Oscars, they have them walk on red carpet. It's symbolism, it's ritualistic behind the scenes. So I could do a whole separate thing. I'm giving you guys a lot of extra info because I had some subscribers, they said they wanted to know about that. Well, see, they infiltrate many different organizations. This is a book they put out. They want to control the opposition, by the way. And they're heavily connected. They have a lot of these agents, when they do false flag events, false flag attacks, they're members that a lot of times they'll have agents. I found out, even use members of special forces. They killed a whistleblower that worked for the San Jose Mercury News, reporter by the name of Gary Webb years ago, that was exposing how they were bringing drugs in the Black community. He had went on a Montel Williams show. He contacted Alex Jones many years ago. Alex Jones said at the time he didn't fully understand it, but Gary Webb was trying to get him this information. And he mentioned that they had used Green Berets, were coming down his chimney. I was surprised, were attacking him, like literally it's part of like Joint Special Operations Command. By the way, this is deep. So I would say to the real patriots out there, if you're given illegal criminal orders, don't follow the rules of your higher ups. If you have morals, if you're a man of integrity. But this is right now, we had generals that have double crossed us. I heard General Milley is one of them. Some others that have sold us out to the Chi-Coms, the Communist Chinese Party, which now owns Disney, owns a lot of the studios in Hollywood. That's why your comic book characters are becoming members of the alphabet community. It's not a coincidence. Being told this privately. I'm not even a fanboy. You know, I play video games, but I know people that like literally they feel like they have to see every Star Wars movie that comes out, every Spider-Man or Incredible Hulk or whatever new superhero movie. But I was told this, they actually kept up. And this is what they do in the video games too, the so-called woke community. That's due to the communist Chinese, by the way, now owns Disney, a lot of the Hollywood studios, and there's some other telecommunications organizations. Like Comcast owns NBC, by the way. So when you start looking into these super conglomerates, trying to look up some more See, it has the Black Panthers, by the way. You see, it's not a coincidence. The same people that set the militia up, the so-called kidnap Whitmore that just came out recently, FBI informant, admitted that's what the lawyers that are representing the defending the guys that didn't know they were being set up on a plot. This book, it exposes this. These are the same people. They be connected to the FBI, CIA, by the way. Shows you the proof. I'm not an agent. I'm warning you. There's a bad people. There's a bad faction like James Comey. He didn't, he was part of the swamp. He's establishment. He didn't prosecute Hillary when he was supposed to. And it was members of the FBI I heard that were killed. There's blood on his hands, I heard, by the way. Because remember, he came out with another report the week before the election with when Hillary was going against Trump in 2016, and she said that she felt hurt her numbers. Back then, they weren't able to cheat enough. They discovered back then over 60% of the precincts were imbalanced in Detroit. The same thing that Republican board canvasser Monica Palmer said, well, she didn't want to certify, but she was threatening to certify an election. That's how they stole Detroit, by the way. So that's some bullshit. YouTube, you're full of shit, by the way. That's just evidence. This is fact on record. That was Monica Palmer and William Hartman were both threatened. Monica Palmer said I understood their children were being threatened, but she said over 70% of the precincts in Detroit. When Hillary had run, the difference with Biden, it was over 60%. Remember when she did the recount, they had to throw out, she had less votes because they discovered the numbers didn't match the amount of people that went inside those precincts to vote. That was inflated. So you guys obviously see what happens. That's why they want to cover up a forensic audit. Our Attorney General, Dana Nessel, doesn't want to do a forensic audit. She's covering this up. Gretchen Whitmore is in on this. I found out James Craig had to have known. It's deeper than just him running for governor, by the way. They say it was Detroit police cars that were escorting Department of Election vehicles that were heading back to the Chicago Center. That's what I think was a nickname, maybe after where the Department of Elections headquarters was at. I think that might be the name of a street, Chicago Boulevard. But whistleblower Melissa Carone had mentioned, who worked for Dominion, as well as a guy named Shane, said there was supposed to be a chain of custody. Shane mentioned he saw Detroit police security vehicles that were guarding Department of Elections vehicles headed back to TCF Center. Used to be called Cobo Hall, by the way. That was called Cobo Hall, by the way, was the TCF Center, by the way. That's what it used to be. And Huntington Bank just purchased, they just merged. That TCF was a bank, just like similar to State Farm Arena in Atlanta. That's not only insurance company. Insurance companies also have a routing number. They're double dipping. They're acting as a bank too. State Farm Insurance, let me say that again, has a routing number just like a bank. That's how they can monetize and do these things where they're tapping into your account secretly behind the scenes. Infiltrated the Black Liberation Army years ago. See? I'm telling you another thing about Obama. He passed the Blue Lives bill. There was a bill he passed to protect the police too. That doesn't oftentimes get brought up. So he isn't as all pro-black that some of these black nationalists make him out to be. No. See, Assata Shakur had the dirt on him. I remember there was a audio that came out. She knows some of these things too. That's why she was targeted while they tried to extradite her, by the way, because her Cuba is protecting her still. She went into hiding many years ago because of the situation that happened. Now, I understand it was a tumultuous time period. I would say, I know it's a touchy subject. I would pardon her if it was me, if I was in office. But she was part of the I believe the Black Liberation Army. I don't know if that's her. Right there. But she was the rapper Tupac Shakur's godmother, auntie, something like that. She knew Afeni Shakur. So one thing, Tupac, that's why he was really awake to the truth, even though it's believed to be that some people claim that FBI were involved. They did have a dossier file on him, but it's, information came out. Vlad TV interviewed that guy who's still alive in prison, who mentioned what rapper who's still currently alive. He was invited to Jay-Z's bash, big party. He's been there quite a bit. This other famous rapper whose name I won't say. There was a detective who cracked the case. So it turned out that allegedly, I won't say this rapper's name, but listen to Tasha K's show. I saw the podcast where he's trying to steal this young guy's invention. By the way, so saying birds of a feather flock together. And I think Tupac Shakur's mother, Afeni Shakur, she found out she died under suspicious circumstances after that movie, the Tupac movie they had done. There was some controversy going on over that. By the way, supposedly a boat accident. But I believe something happened. They took her out too, by the way. But, Obama is not who he is, some of you guys drinking the Jim Jones Kool-Aid. You need to do further research or whatever. You need to go further, much further. But see, this is in their own book. This is put out by the government, Homeland Security. A friend of mine, he gave this to me. I didn't even buy this. So there's other people, there's forensic historians, forensic researchers, people who study eschatology. I'm in touch with, I don't go into the details, I don't say his name, but I have a team of people behind the scenes I'm already affiliated with that can point out evidence that people are willing to do the research, the homework. That's why I've shown you guys the books. There's some people that don't want to talk about it because they have incentives behind the scenes that they don't want to mess up for themselves. This book also talks about the connection, with the Crips and the Bloods, by the way. You see, they created NWA. That's not a coincidence. I was informed that Snoop Dogg wanted to do conscious rap music years ago. He didn't want to rap about dealing dope and selling drugs. Did you know Snoop Dogg used to sing in a choir? His father is from Michigan. I know a guy that told me he worked with Snoop Dogg's father, Vernell, by the way. I won't say that source, but told me this privately. But I also found out from another source that Snoop Dogg wanted to do conscious music. They told Snoop, they said, no, there's a board of people real high up that are connected to this group. And it's believed to be Ted Turner is definitely one of them, the billionaire who owned Atlanta Braves, Turner Broadcasting Network, TBS, TNT. It's rumored he was behind with the other elite group of people financing those Georgia Guidestones. That's what that story, R.C. Christian, that geologist, Scott Walter did, that NWO, that New World Order episode. I forget the name of that show. I think that aired on one of the History channels or Discovery Channel. That was done on Denver, the New World Order. They had that geologist. He investigated, a really good episode. A friend of mine showed me that years ago. They re-aired it, but that aired back around 2013. That's actually old. And I think I inboxed him on Twitter, said he did a good job, and he responded back to me. That's Scott Walter. He was actual geologist, was in that episode. I didn't know anything about it, but a friend of mine that knows, study these people, can assist my research a lot more in depth, because sword can sharpen sword, by the way. That's why certain names, certain people I won't mention, they stay behind the scenes, like Q. And I even informed him tactically. There was people who I could tell were agents that might know me, was trying to find out who he was, or trying to do things to get dirt on him or whatever. And I'm telling him, how we have to protect ourselves and become a hard target, by the way, because these globalists are real. They'll send minions. They'll send agents out, underlings. They have minions, underlings, just like the espionage movies you see, where all of a sudden you start getting followed or chased. They got people on that level, goons, snipers. They're real wicked, deviant people. Some of like Warren Buffett, by the way, he's guarded by a tactical security team. By the way, why would he need to hire tactical security? If he's a billionaire, he's a philanthropist. The image he's supposed to do good for humanity. What are you afraid of? He has a full tactical team with people that are armed, by the way, which the globalists, they want to ban your guns. Now, why would he be allowed to have security that's armed, but they want to take everybody else's guns? They don't want you to be armed. Well, he has a tactical team that's armed. And he's not even a Secret Service. He's not even a politician. Something to think about. Use critical thinking, you see? So I'm giving you guys something. Well, I see the message was retracted. I was going to get to the chat. By the way, don't be afraid, Styles David. Post what you post. I know I go heavy, but we all are in trouble. Even these Zionists, though they're the upper level, upper echelon Caucasian Jews or Ashkenazis that converted to Judaism, they even murder and kill their own. This historian was telling me this is what Hitler is basically doing. It's according to David Icke's research. One of the books that I have talks about how Hitler was conceived. Hitler is an illegitimate, is believed to be, he's an illegitimate Rothschild. His mother worked for Solomon Rothschild. She worked as a maid in his house, and it's believed where Hitler, he disappeared in the early 1900s. Some people believe it's alleged that he met with his real family behind the scenes, and that he was used basically by them as a gatekeeper to basically almost take over the world. If you know, this, my history teacher mentioned this many years ago. I went to a private Christian school. My history teacher's name was Mr. Forster, and said Hitler was almost successful. Mr. Forster was an awesome history teacher. He shows documentaries, films, by the way. But I try to stay off that guy's name, you know, because of the controversy around who he is. But they will kill their own people, the lower level people. They're getting to go along. So I encourage Caucasian Jews, everybody, we're all in this fight together, the ethnic groups. If you're not a member, if you stand for integrity, righteousness, justice, I live by the book. I don't live by the sword. I was taught to live. I live by the book. I'm righteous. Not saying it makes me perfect, but the wicked ones, the evil ones, they will destroy everybody. So people got to understand I understand there is bad things that happen. There is racism, discrimination. I'm not saying, but at the top, highest levels, we got to find ways to organize with each other, because these members of the ruling class, the globalists, the Illuminati, Klaus Schwab, they don't have our best interests. Many of these bankers, they don't have our best interests at heart. These are very wicked people. They've done some devious things in the past that have been documented on record. The World Trade Center was an inside job. The Oklahoma City bombing, they hurt innocent children who were in the daycare. Some people got the message not to come in that day. You know who a lot of those people that got that message were members of this organization, members of secret society, members of the ATF. Those are establishment people. By the way, some of them were told not to come in that day. They did that. See, it's going through the FBI, CIA, and there's other secret intelligence agencies, because they've co-opted and infiltrated. Like, remember Eric Snowden warned us. He was a whistleblower. What they did with our NSA to show I'm giving you guys factual evidence. Eric Snowden. Styles Davis says, how can one get in tune with you outside of here? Well, simply, if you've been watching the video all the way through, earlier in the video, I mentioned Styles David, but I understand people, it's a reoccurring, there's new subscribers. It should be in the description box. I also went over, for those who want to be like on an email list, if I send out a mass email where I want to warn you, I have a banned documentary that shows people who've been hurt from the vaccine. If you're wondering, is it real? If you believe the Kool-Aid from MSNBC, CNN, if you're drinking the Kool-Aid that's telling you the vaccine is good for you, it's not going to hurt you. I have a video where AJ on his site exposed. He encourages you to download. He even tells you, share it with other people. He gives you the fair use to share it. I can send that to you, or any of you guys, just send me an email to this email address if you want to know. By the way, if you want me to send you that video. I capitalized the J. You can have the J in lowercase. It should show up. It'll show my face on my other channel. Also, if you guys want me to send you that, there's a video where he showed where people, it's a compilation video, will show evidence of people that got hurt from the vaccine. I think this video was from Australia. Now, there were previous videos that he's done that there was people over here, but it shows a different multitude of people who had major side effects after getting vaccinated. I would say try to avoid that by any means necessary, as much as possible. I see they're trying to blackmail, force people this evil thing where they're trying to say you don't work or you can't attend certain events. And these people claim to be liberal. I thought they were liberal. That's a form of discriminatory practices. That's discrimination. That's racism right there. See, that's coming from the left. That's not coming from the right. The right Republicans don't do things like that. Now, I understand you have establishment people, but notice when people between this left-right paradigm, I saw one sister put out a post and said the reason she's black and she votes Republican, she says they don't rob Peter to pay Paul. But the Democrats are way more corrupt, in my opinion. My humble opinion. Overall, I know you have establishment people within the Republican side, but just saying, some people say they're two heads of the same snake. But the globalists are definitely using the Democrats to push their New World Order deviant agenda. Gotta pay attention to. But they're the main ones lying, fabricating lies, egregious lies, egregiously. There's people still drinking the Kool-Aid. I'm surprised. I have relatives. I deactivated my personal Facebook account for a while. I haven't been on there since June, since the latter part of June, my personal one. But I mainly only post stuff on my page related to this channel, by the way. But we need to get on those other platforms because the title of this video was alternative social media platforms to get on. If you piggyback to my post earlier, that's why I went over that information. By the way, Black Love 777 says, yes, please do. Yeah, just, I don't have your email. Let me see if Root of Reality mentioned before to get in touch with. I don't know who you are. It's Root of Reality. You have to send me an email or explain who you are because I don't really know who you are behind the screen capture. You still don't have to. I respect anonymity, by the way. Black Love, just send me an email. By the way, if you just say, if it's not in reference to the consultation, but people who want to speak to me, normally I request, I charge a fee if it's related to private consultation. But if you want to if you want me to send you the videos that I have or some of the other evidence, let me know. Because I had some people that told me in the past they don't like their emails seen with other people. I think if you do blind carbon copy, I'll have to learn that the other people that you're sending it to won't be able to see their email. But see, that's the thing. Some people don't understand. We're all in this fight together. United we stand, divided we fall. And some people, they want to receive the benefits and perks, but they don't want to put themselves on the front line. I do get that. But at the same time, if the globalists, if they are successful, God forbid, and the numbers decrease, then those people that want anonymity, they won't be protected. They'll be some of the main ones. They won't have that protection we have power in numbers, by the way. And you guys got to understand there's power in numbers. They can't stop all of us, by the way. Whistleblowers, real warriors, true fighters, because they're using this as a cover. That's what I mentioned to Dr. Rima Labo. She was on Jesse Ventura's show. Just to reiterate from what I went over earlier, she warned us. This is it. I had a subscriber ask me in a recent consultation. He asked me somehow this issue pandemic was brought up, and I said, yeah, this is real. They plan on killing us. Klaus Schwab said he doesn't want the lockdowns to end. They want to be able to pretend where they open the economy back up. Generally, when it's warm, viruses like that one doctor who came out earlier on last year, the light-skinned sister who's a doctor or nurse, said how COVID doesn't exist like in a warmer climates. That's why in the summertime, they like to play with this lockdown. In certain states swing a certain way politically. But he mentioned they're using this as a form of control. They want to try to shut people up. They have a plan where they're disappearing people. They have camps in other countries. They're already doing this in parts of Australia, Canada. Alex Jones says just here in the United States, they're behind schedule. But the globalists that control the European Union, they want a one world government. The concept is they have the African Union, which that's why a lot of the Chinese they own parts of Africa, Zimbabwe. They have the control. That's why the Brits, the people that wanted their sovereignty in Britain, wanted to get out of Brexit. Was it Brexit or Brexit? Not Brexit, excuse me, Brexit. That's the other organization. Brexit, because Brexit would put them in with the EU, the European Union. And they mentioned when the European Union took over England, or came in, it hurt businesses over there. They had to pay an extra tax. And what some of our politicians don't understand over here is if they allow an American Union and allow the UN to take over, they would be above our federal government, and your local politicians would even have less power, less authority in your state governments and even your federal government, because they want to have an unelected universal body. They want to consolidate power. That's why they're closing ranks. So Trump was more of a nationalist, which there's a difference between nationalism and socialism. Just like with I'm more so Pan-African nationalist versus a Pan-African socialist. I like the concept that Dr. Umar came up with. There's some things I agree with, some things I disagree with. But I'm more so nationalism is for the sovereignty of the people, of your people. But as I know we connect as a whole, like you have extended family, but for my melanated people outside of that family, we need to find ways, those of us who are good, that have integrity, to network, because united we stand. On the Georgia Guidestones, they mentioned they want to depopulate the world's entire population. They said they wanted to reduce it down to 500 million. If we're at 6 to 8 billion people on the planet now, that's a lot of people. That means they want to go. Not my words. It's believed to be, when they did that documentary, Scott Walter, I don't remember the name of that show, I forget what it was called, dealing with the New World Order, that aired back in 2013 on either Discovery or History Channel. They did an episode on the New World Order. I heard they took that mural down that used to be at the Denver airport to show you throughout the years, but they use symbolism, but they tell you ahead of time what they plan on doing. And this is real. This is it. This is Klaus Schwab, who's the head of the World Economic Forum. He's connected to the EU, the European Union. Look at even videos the World Health Organization has on YouTube dealing with the UN. That other guy that mentioned, that said we're not going back to normal. Not only Klaus Schwab said that other guy that wears the glasses with the curly hair, the other black guy, I'll say, I don't know his name, but him and Klaus Schwab said this. These are not my words. They have this video footage. They're admitting this. But if people just are lollygagging and just don't pay attention to this stuff, I'm not saying it's okay to party, have fun. I like to chill sometimes or whatever. I even encourage you guys, if you learn this information, if you smoke weed, that's what you do. If you drink, you might need to have a drink or two, because this information, I'm not trying to spook you or scare you. I want you to be relaxed when you learn this information. But I'm just saying this information is more important than that other brainwashed propaganda that CNN, MSNBC are feeding you most of the time. You guys need to check out the independent media. Get the real information. They're independent. It's not just alternative, independent media that will spit. Like you guys are seeing me as a real live person that's not hiding behind no ghost or dummy account. I'm showing my real face. You know what I'm saying? And I just have to deal with that. And I've dealt with things in the past, but I'm sharing with you guys how to make yourself a hard target, counter surveillance. Also need to store up food, buy storable food. I went over in the past, I did a video about hard assets, buying silver, precious metals. Don't have all your eggs in one basket. Learn everything you can about cryptocurrencies, by the way. Have multiple bank accounts in case one bank fails. You may have another bigger bank might still be around if they issue capital controls once they collapse the currency. You know, I'm just saying the evidence is out there. So I'm gonna go back to the chat. House of Nathan Bull Am says demo is the root of demon. Okay, yeah, I agree with you. Black Love 777 says I will send you my email address. Okay, got you. Definitely, that will let me know, and I can look up that video I have or other things I can send you that show the people who are injured from vaccines. Because I know it's a lot of information for people to absorb. It's difficult. But what I do is, you know, I know you guys might have a busy work schedule. You guys have children. But it would behoove you, because I had a friend of mine, he asked me whenever we see each other every now and then, once in every blue moon, he's now married. He's a lot busier, has a daughter, has kids now. And I say, just stick with Alex Jones and there's many others. He has the blueprint. He's fighting, as well as other activists. They're fighting to warn you. This is no joke. I'm telling you, it's real serious. It's thick out here. These people mean business. They don't mean us well. These people at the top, they have nefarious intentions. By the way, they don't have our best interest at heart. But however, there's things that you can do to prepare ahead of time, the little bit of time that we have left, to try to assist your loved ones you are close to, your family members, warn your children if you can, for tactical purposes. Go over information. You may have to watch this video again where I went over how to make yourself a harder target for a tactical team. If you're worried about them retaliating, get cameras put up. Cameras and video footage are good evidence, and you can get your own goons to go back after whoever is trying to mess with you if they're trying to shut you up. Because I'm not playing no more with these people. You know what I'm saying? I'm licensed, I'm armed, but I'm getting more training. I have a background in martial arts, by the way. Like, that's why I told the story when I was in college, what happened with my roommate. He took me outside. He wanted to fight me for real after that because he was embarrassed. That's my roommate. My neighbor, Drew, went to Cooley High School, graduated the year before I did. Class of 96. I was class of 97. The NBA basketball player, Willie Green, was class of 98. I'm really from the hood, the school of hard knock life. So I'm not playing with these people no more. You know, I had enough of people trying to dismiss this shit, talk about this is a conspiracy. This is not no conspiracy theory. This is a fact. I showed you guys books. I went over evidence. But you guys, I encourage you, you got to form alliances with like-minded people. You got to also screen out some people you got to evaluate, because there's agents too out there. There's a lot of agents. You know what I'm saying? But I have ways, like I went over information already, where you can disseminate. And I still keep a small circle, but at the same time, you can create a circle within a circle too, by the way. It says, what do you think about the Haiti president that was killed? Oh yeah, it was definitely a setup. You know, I heard it's not a coincidence that the Haiti president, the Haitian president, and the other president didn't want their population to have the vaccine, because mighty funny, interesting, after he died, you had NGOs or groups from America coming down there pushing the vaccine. So you got to think for a minute, you know. And then I went over this book I was just going over earlier. I held the page, how the CIA and FBI are involved with infiltrating many different organizations. This is the group that Obama was connected to, the Weather Underground. His father, Frank Marshall Davis, and he referenced the name Frank in his original book before he had it removed, because he didn't want people to know Frank Marshall Davis was his real father. By the way, I was informed that privately. By the way, a friend of mine had a secret security clearance, who I didn't know this originally. But there's whistleblowers. They can't stop people from talking. There's people that have military backgrounds, more well-trained, very well-studied. But I'm even warning patriots out there, people who've been in the military, what time it is. These people mean business. This is a communist takeover. And they've infiltrated both parties. Because like I said, Trump had people like Mitch McConnell did some stuff to double cross Trump. Who else? Lindsey Graham, William Barr, Mike Pence. You know, what's that other? Liz Cheney. Oh, she's really one. I was informed privately where the people in the area, I heard she's probably not going to win again, because the people in that area, they lean more to the right in the area. So she exposed herself the way she went hard. She showed she's an agent. She's for the elites, because that impeachment, that was fake. That was some petty stuff, by the way. Styles Davis said, what is it called? If you're referring to, this is a book. My friend, they sold this at a grocery store, by the way. A friend of mine, he gave this to me. I didn't even know about it, but he put me up on, he put me up on this book. Let me see. This book I showed earlier, compliments. They sold all of these. Also, Barnes and Noble, by the way, Barnes and Noble bookstore that's still around, had them disconnected to this group. If you want to get this book, you might be able to find this on. If it's not on Amazon, check to see if it's on eBay. It could be sold out. This is out of print, but you still might be able to find it. This is the second version I bought right here. This is evidence. I mean, I met William Shinoblin years ago. He autographed the original book I had. My mom took me to the Bible Prophecy Club meeting many years ago. We used to get a newsletter at the house, but they used to come to the address, and they would. Stan Johnson was like a radio show. We interviewed different guests. Some of them were former cult members that studied Wiccan, were in a cult. Some of them were psychics, people who were clairvoyant, who became Christian or were like whistleblowers. They were activists. There was even a guy, people involved with sovereignty, by the way, like redemption. He would interview him, similar to Alex Jones, but more private. But seminars, they were the people. He would come sometimes. He would bring the guests, and they would come to your local town. I think for here it was maybe Wixom or Romulus, Michigan. They would rent out a hotel, banquet hall, and he would bring in a guest. By the way, I can't remember where it was at. And I saw one of my classmates at this same meeting, a guy named Don, who I fought in a martial arts tournament years ago when I won. When I won this trophy right here. Well, I came in first place. I studied under Richard Morrissey and Chanduquan Taekwondo. So when my mom took me to this meeting years ago, I ran into a classmate, Don. Don was much taller than me. He was over 6 foot, white guy. He was real cool. He told me he knew people that knew Bruce Lee. Like there was another martial arts instructor I had met. I can confirm this. When I used to work some years ago at Home Depot, I met one of Bruce Lee's students, had a school in Michigan. I don't remember the guy's name, by the way, but I was kind of from the old school era to the new school. I was real young at the time when I won this. Says June 9th, 2001. I came in first place. So I was 22 years old. They had trained me. I had only just graduated to, think, yellow belt. I made it all the way up to orange belt. I had to stop training because I was involved in a house fire. I was the last person to make it out the house. So big shout out to Candace Cooper at the time, Richard Morrissey. He trained a lot of Dearborn police. He told me years ago. He sold his school to a guy named Montes Peterson, who started the Mizuto Academy, who I think since moved the location. But Morrissey School was in Dearborn on Michigan Avenue, which was down the street from my college, Davenport University, which used to be Detroit College of Business on Oakland Oakland Boulevard and Michigan Avenue. I used to walk there, catch the bus. And after I had the house fire, Richard Morrissey was a blessing. He was a born-again Christian. When my mother, we went to go live with the pastor out in Belleville, Richard Morrissey, he used to help give me rides out there to kind of take the load because my mom used to have to commute all the way to downtown Detroit at her job at the time that she was working, all the way back to Belleville. So Richard Morrissey was a great, as a mentor and instructor. After I told him what happened, and my other coworker, Millicent Means at the time, who was my supervisor. She was married, by the way. I love Millicent. Millicent at the time had some fond memories. Millicent looked out. She used to live out that way, by the way. And also when Morrissey couldn't, she would help give me rides. And this tremendously helped my mom out a lot. But I had to stop training because I was diagnosed with walking pneumonia, bronchitis, and tonsillitis. So it took me, of course, months to recuperate. Afterwards, I did start training under a sensei privately in a Wing Chun and a closed door art, some other styles, by the way. But a guy named Don that I saw at who I fought when I win this trophy, I had to go through Don. He fought me tough, by the way. It was put on video footage. I was never able to get a hold of the video footage, by the way. One of the Arab students, because Morrissey we had a diverse group of students. I trained with the Hindu Sheikh Mari Deep was one of my classmates. Omar, I had to fight Ziad. They were the top students. I would commend Mari. He was already one of the top students in the class. They considered me to be a top student, even though I had just got promoted to yellow belt after being a white belt. Because I was acrobat. I was very agile. I could do no hand backwards flips, fluent. I just needed to perfect different techniques I wanted to learn. So I had to fight Ziad in a tournament. That was the last person. Ziad was good friends with the Mari Deep, Omar, called for short. He was a sheik, I believe. with respect to the culture and the religion. Namaste, by the way. But that's the story. This book, you might be able to find it on eBay if it's still available. I don't know. I haven't looked it up in a while. So said, what is it called? Okay, and you were asking about the other book. I can hold it up to the camera. Homegrown Terrorism is the name of this book, and this is by, it says the media source. I'll put it in the chat. That's the name of this book I put in the chat in case you guys are wondering. I hold it up to the camera so you guys can see. In case after the upload, the ISBN number at the bottom. This is the back of it. I guess they're ads. This is the other book by William Shinoblin. This was called Beyond the Light. Beyond the Light. Some say Bill Shinoblin. Bill is like the nickname for William. So if you see Bill Shinoblin, that's how you spell. I'll spell it out in the chat for you guys. SCH. NOEBLB. Shinoblin. Okay. Bill. Okay, yep. This book is called Beyond the Light by William Shinoblin. He exposed where I learned about the truth about the Prince Hall Freemasons. Why I did more extensive research behind it, because he talked about the racism where the term Freemason came from, meaning you had to be a free man born and accepted in it. Because see, the Moors were defeated. A lot of Hebrew Israelites or people in the Kemetic, the Egyptologist community that are black will say a lot of times they're black nationalists. I'm not pushing, promoting. None of these people asked me to promote their books, but I'm just showing you guys how I researched independently. Nobody put me up to that. I just did my own research, being an independent researcher. A lot of people in the black nationalist community will say, well, it came from us. This is our stuff. Yeah, I'm aware of that history. I know about that already. However, there's a book called When the Moors Once Ruled Europe. Once ruled. See, that's what some of the Italian people I'm aware, they have our blood in them. But see, the Moors, melanated people mixed in indigenous populations throughout the world. That's what the Tasmanian population in Australia, that was actually an indigenous group off the coastline of Ireland. That was an indigenous group of people in that area, that part of the world. Remember, there was Olympics years ago in Australia. I remember Bob Costas from NBC did a story. There was a track athlete. There was a lady, I don't remember her name. She ran some track, and they said she was Aboriginal. And they went over some of the history, by the way. It's just funny how some years ago they would put bits and pieces of elements of truth or put it right on national TV, and they did a whole story about it. It was interesting. That's how I learned. That piqued my curiosity. I didn't forget about it, but they said she was part of the Aboriginal indigenous population of Australia. That was when, remember, some years back, I can't remember if that was I think the 2000 Olympics. I don't remember exactly. I think 2004 might have been Greece, because you know how you had Atlanta was 96. I think it was the 2000 Olympics. Well, I could be wrong. China was 2011. That was Beijing. I think London was 2012. Rio de Janeiro was 2016. And then more recently, it's Tokyo, which was pushed back. But that was the 2000 Olympics. I remember way back then, they did a story. Bob Costas, who worked for NBC, I guess they had the contract that would do the Olympics. They did a story on the Aboriginal woman. I don't remember her name, but it was a good story. It talked about the indigenous population. So understand, when you study, you have to go way back. You get with I know some good historians. And if you know good historians, I have one friend that's very well studied. He's like phenomenal. He's like a man, I would say, before his time. He knows the etymology. He can speak multiple languages. So he has a better understanding and can translate things I don't even understand. Even names of famous families of people, why certain people get married, things of that sort. Like he was telling me about the Kardashians people. They're Armenian, and there was something the Turkish people. So they were like the oppressed people, where the Turkish people had done a genocide years ago, where the Armenians were like the black people. So it's not a coincidence. The Kardashians, which are Armenian descent, why they love black men, but they know their history. But some of them, it's not a coincidence, they're evolved in careers as jewelers, because their name means stone cutters, or similar to or Amber. What's the name? I'm trying to think. This famous family that there's lawyers, the Bernsteins, translates to Amber Stone. He was telling me where you get hamburger from. That's German. That's Germanic. It's where it was named after. They have a city in Germany, Hamburg. It's where you get the term hamburger from. A lot of our influences and stuff, it's not a coincidence. They're based off of Germanic influence. It's not a coincidence. Certain black people that are mixed in with Germanic people, they're like high in the pecking order of the bloodlines. They have a tendency to be light skinned because those Jewish people, Caucasian Jews that stole indigenous people's birthright, they have the money because they're connected to the banking system, or they're sometimes related to elites. They're in a lower class, but they have more money per capita to visit certain places and sleep with the women worldwide and stuff, and even and it was used as a strategy to colonize indigenous populations when they took over the Native American people, to say that they made it, to say they have a claim to the stake of the indigenous people because they made it with one, or they took one captive. So they would use that to claim that they have a stake in the land. I mean, I have to give it to them. They are the conquerors. It is for what it is. They're the winners, the victors of the civilization. Some people that argue who was here first, the Vikings. There were other people, but there was already indigenous populations of people. They had different names. You had the Powhatan tribe of Native Americans, indigenous people. But understand, melanated people, they migrated worldwide. Bobby Hemmett talks about this. There was different indigenous civilizations that migrated around the world, the entire world. So it's, I'm just kind of giving you guys a basis, but when conquerors take over civilization, they take over the belief system, they corrupt it. They corrupt the belief system. It's like, look at the movie Blood Diamond years ago. It's not a coincidence how certain families, they become jewelers. They go into and sell jewelry. Something to think about. But a lot of the Ashkenazis, the Khazarians, they converted to Judaism. I have another book was given to me by a friend of mine where they admit this, by the way. If you're wondering, this is a thick book. This is called Judaism Discovered, by the way. And the author's name was, let me see here, the author's name is by Michael Hoffman. See, by Michael Hoffman. But a friend of mine wanted me to go. I've touched on certain areas of this book, scared me because of it mentioned how they openly admit they're in a pedophilia. There was a Jewish guy that, like I showed the author, he was Caucasian, Jewish. But this is the book. Now I have a grandfather on my father's side who my mother told me is believed to be. He was Caucasian dude. He was very fair skinned. What they called back then. He was light skinned. He was one of the five founding fathers of the Church, Pentecostal Church of God in Christ denomination. He was appointed as the building commissioner to help construct Mason Temple in Memphis, Tennessee, by Bishop Mason himself, because he was impressed that my great-grandfather, this would be my father's mother's father, built the first Pentecostal church of God in Christ from the ground up in the Cleveland, Ohio area called Williams Temple. Churches are also called were temples. Another thing the Illuminati comes from, a friend of mine was explaining, I don't know too much about, he's more advanced, knows a lot more of the history in depth than myself. But if you want to know where the bloodlines Illuminati come from, he mentions they were a priesthood class, by the way. There's different interpretations to how we understand what we're taught. The powers that be have dumbed a lot of what we learned in the school. They've dumbed the textbooks down. Did you know there's a video that was recorded of Michael Jackson some years ago when he had already woken up and was mentioning some things, how they covered the stuff up in the history books, by the way. He said this was on camera. But my friend was explaining many years ago, the Illuminati, they were part of the priesthood class. He goes into the stories about, but you know, they have a lot of the pastors and ministers and stuff at churches. It's not a coincidence, are part of, are initiated at a lower level, are part of this organization. It's not a coincidence, because historically, the Illuminati, they were part of the priesthood class. I don't fully understand it, what he was explaining. I have to get more data for what he was sharing with me going back many years ago, way back to Genghis Khan. You know about Genghis Khan. This is why history is important to understand what we're dealing with. Some of these bloodlines, people, they're still around to this day. I found out the people that allegedly made the shampoo, Vidal Sassoon, the Sassoon, if you remember, that's an actual family, Sassoon. I heard this one lady, I didn't get a chance to download her video. She did a YouTube video that said they were hired in the Rothschilds. She said the Sassoon family. I don't know. So I didn't know. I remember seeing a commercial many years ago, the people who produced Vidal Sassoon, because many of these corporations have a trust relationship. So it's not a coincidence they have know how to run businesses. A lot of their descendants go into becoming lawyers. Lawyers are also gatekeepers, part of a priesthood class. That documentary I told people that study redemption education, look up Lawyers and Judges' Secret Oath. It mentioned that lawyers are esquires, which translates to knights for the queen. I think the Bar Association, from what I remember, stands for British Accredited Registry. There was slightly different meanings, but look up Lawyers and Judges' Secret Oath. But they have like dual citizenship, and they can tap into your estate where they can cash in on your account. When you hire an attorney, you're declaring yourself incompetent, by the way. I want you to know, when you hire, let me say it again, when you hire an attorney, you're declaring yourself incompetent. And this one sister, there was a whistleblower call where this one guy's channel, his name was M. Ross, he got shut down. He did a private call with this sister out of New York named Rochelle. And she mentioned how these lawyers, how they can cash in on your account behind the scenes. Because when they have that P number gives them privilege. It's just like a concealed carry license. They have a license through the Bar Association where they understand the legalese. They have access to the sites. They already know how to file summons and complaints. That's why I said we should have been taking a legal class in elementary school. This was designed intentionally to give the judges, lawyers an advantage where people, regular citizens, common folks, commoners, they will call us, serfs, sifs, some of the elites refer to us, don't understand the language that's being used because they use legalese. Look up the definition of legalese. Means it's been used to replace plain talk, to replace plain English. They use Latin. Latin is like one of the parent languages. Another reason they pulled Latin out the school system. I have an older aunt who I found out in the Cleveland, Ohio area. She studied, she went to an Ivy League school for gifted children, because I didn't understand when I heard this activist, Dr. Umar Johnson, say in one of his lectures many years ago. He said they no longer test Black children for gifted anymore. And I didn't know what he was talking about. And then I was able to connect the dots some time after that and said, oh, they had another category. Because there was an incentivized, similar to the vaccines, where if they labeled a child with autism, the schools could get money if the parents said the child was autistic or whatever. It was like another hustle. Umar was exposing this, that Black boys were targeted. Dr. Kwanzaa Kajufu some years ago, if I'm not saying his name correctly, forgive me, was an activist that wrote a book called Countering the Conspiracy Behind Black Boys. I think Tony Brown interviewed him years ago, but this is part of eugenics, who I mentioned earlier in this video. A lot of black women that did not like Trump that wanted Hillary Clinton. But the thing they don't tell you about Hillary, she said Margaret Sanger was her idol. Margaret Sanger attended Ku Klux Klan rallies. Understand this about it. This is covered up. The Democratic Party also started the Ku Klux Klan. They were founders of it. The Democratic Party created the Jim Crow laws. It's a historical fact. In case you guys don't know this, where black people couldn't use certain restrooms. That was the Democratic Party. That wasn't the Republicans. It wasn't the conservatives. Historically, it was blacks at one time mostly voted Republican before they switched over to Democrat. I was told by a relative, she confirmed to me, and she's still a heavy liberal. She said, you're correct, that John F. Kennedy, when he came about, they felt he was looking out more so for black people. They felt he was the lesser of two evils, similar to Trump. Kennedy, they felt he was looking out more so. But I found out Malcolm X voted for the other guy. He didn't agree with everything, but they knew the history between the Democratic Party, and that's why they voted Republican. Martin Luther King was a registered Republican, by the way. He also applied for a purchase permit. The story oftentimes is told that other guy I can't think of, that they said he was a racist, but Malcolm X, I heard he was informed by that pastor, I forget the name of that channel, by the way, that pastor out of New York, I confirmed that and referenced the source, that there was a book, they tried to cover this up, but Malcolm X was a Republican, by the way. A lot of people don't know that. It wasn't that long ago in history. The Democrats have been running a scam for years, trying to keep black people on a slavery plantation. Now, I'm not saying you don't have racism and stuff or prejudices that exist, but Democrats push the grievance industry. They push victimhood. That's their hustle. So they're constantly labeling things, and it makes white people, Caucasian people feel, certain type of way with, if you're always being labeled a racist. They're using these tactics to take over to gain more power. Like Lizzo is trying to claim fat shame, and she wants to have the power that the LGBT alphabet community has. That's why part of her strategy, she's doing that to create a chilling effect. So YouTubers and different social media, big tech companies are censoring people, they said, for so-called fat shaming. But as people always naturally going to have their preferences in society in general. But these so-called activists are using the disguise. The grievance industry is used as another agenda that's a weaponization through social engineering. This is also part of eugenics, and it's also to create a caste system. A caste system is a pecking order. This is an order to understand what they're doing. But people can see through it. A lot of Republicans, conservatives can see through what they're doing. Now, I don't have any comments. A friend of mine was telling me about the critical race theory. I'm in the middle where I didn't know what there's a specific agenda, but I always felt years ago that the full Black history, African-American, melanated history wasn't being taught. Now, I'm not a registered voter politically, by the way, just putting that on the record. But I've always felt, that the schools, you did have Black History Month. That's when I would learn about a lot of those things. But that was controlled. That was created on purpose. But there's a demographic of Black Americans, what I'm learning, that don't want to assimilate into the Western civilization here in America, or the ways. And I get that. I understand where both sides are coming from. I don't have all the answers, but I did explain earlier where many of us are still targets. According to the Georgia Guidestones, they want to get rid of many of us. If they want to reduce the world's population from 6 to 8 billion or 9 billion people on the planet down to 500 million. These are not my words. Go to the Georgia Guidestones. What they are, I heard they put up a security camera surveillance not too long ago because people had gone down there and had defaced the property or something. It's believed to be from that show that I mentioned, that RC Christian is Ted Turner, who I believe strongly he's connected. He's one of the guys, when I was telling the story that Snoop Dogg wanted to do conscious music years ago, by the way, the big record owners of the record labels did not allow that. Ted Turner, I was able to connect the piece. I saw his photo next to Ludacris at the airport. See, they like to when you see them, they still want to have all the fame. They don't want you, when they're exposed, they don't like the limelight to be shined or frowned upon in a negative way. So they'll align themselves with these stars of people you call famous people because they pick and choose these people. They initiate them or find out, make them join this organization if they already aren't. Like Simon from American Idol, I forgot, he's also a Freemason. It's not a coincidence. Like I went over to crypto religions, like the Church of Jesus Christ, Latter-day Saints, Mormons. Joseph Smith was a Freemason. Charles Taze Russell, who started the Watchtower Society, the Jehovah's Witness, he's a Freemason. Albert Pike, one of the founders of the Ku Klux Klan, he was a Freemason. William Shinola, that's how I learned this. I connected the pieces. You see, I read. I'm well studied, by the way. Very well studied when it comes to the Illuminati, the secret societies, how they operate. So I'm giving you guys a freebie. I had some subscribers I see that wanted to know about this, so I'm going a little bit more in depth. Down the road, I can do stories. I can answer questions. I know Currency 365 was saying he said I could probably even start a book club if I was to start a Patreon account. But see, my schedule is so busy, I haven't gotten around. I'm not that organized. That's not one of my strong areas. Now, in the past, if I had one of my former girlfriends, she had strong clerical skills, strong organizational skills. I just haven't been able to meet the right person. It would be a win-win situation. But however, these things can be time consuming, but I have learned a lot of information throughout the years. I have an autobiographical memory partially. It's distinctly different from a photographic memory. I have a partial photographic, but more so autobiographical. You can look up what an autobiographical memory is, where a person can draw from certain dates, certain time periods, by the way. That's what that is. So I've studied myself, just so you guys know. Okay, Styles Davis said the group Obama's did was involved with, my bad, bro. Yeah, that was called the Weather Underground. That was in this book. You see, they already have, and Obama was part of the, he used to work part of the CIA. He still be acting behind the scenes. He had to stay behind that work that was sabotaging Trump. He's still behind the scenes. From what I hear, it's being alleged he controls Biden. Pelosi's involved with it, and Kamala Harris, by the way. But there's also another intelligence agencies that there's people that have integrity, that know the swamp needs to be drained, or you won't ever see freedom again. Because Trump and others mentioned if the globalists get in full control, they will destroy the planet. They're nothing but they have nefarious intentions. That's why they're bringing in this so-called pandemic. It's a cover. Dr. Rima Label warned us. That's why I mentioned her name earlier in the video, to give you guys a point of reference. I'm not just making this up off the top of the head. You see, I've very well studied. I've read books. I've watched documentaries, educational TV shows. I have witnesses from people I know personally. I studied the redemption movement. I've worked with people that have secret security clearances. I have friends that I met that had secret security clearances that were in the military, by the way. I work as a security guard. That's a form of law enforcement. I had to go through a background check. Also means I had to take a drug test. You see, so I'm a righteous person overall. I live by the book. I don't live by the sword. These other people are wicked. They live solely by the sword. They will destroy this planet if they get in full control. And they're about really close. They want to destroy America overall. And as I told the story, my mom told me her old pastor, who I had met before many years ago, Pastor Johnston, I just remember by his last name. Kim Clement used to perform, I believe, at his church, by the way. I forget to tell this story. Case Currency 365 is watching or listening in. My mother is behind the scenes. She is a Christian. She's a music artist, by the way. She can sing and whistle registry. She has the gift. Phenomenal. I studied music. Some people ask me. I developed a singing voice at one time. I spoke to vocal coaches in the past. But my mother, to give you guys a backstory, I was going to do a different video. I was also part of a music group that was in talks with 2 major record labels behind the scenes. We just never got signed. I was part of a rap group because that's one of the things I used to do was rap. But I did sing a little bit. With vocal training, I could be a lot better. My mother didn't want to work with me because she was very strict. She didn't want me to do what's called devil music. She called it worldly music. So growing up, I was not allowed to listen. Just so you guys know, I tell this story to many people. I was not allowed to listen to rap music, certain R&B songs. I was not allowed to listen to. I was threatened with whoopings even in high school. True story. But I told a friend of mine, he laughed, he thought it was funny, but I said, no, it's different times. I know times have changed and things, but she told me when I got older, I came to her, I wanted her to train me, and she said, I know you want to sing for the world. She kind of brushed it off, by the way, but she was correct. When I was very young, her and my father, they were part of a music group some years ago. It was a Christian, a gospel music group out of the Cleveland, Ohio area. I don't remember the name of it. I saw the album she had some years ago. You remember, way back in the day. But I'm just telling this story. I've also had some other experiences where I've met some people that are part of the alphabet community. I had experience with that some years ago. They were trying to recruit me. By the way, I can name the person by their name. That's how I was told about Tyler Perry years ago. I was informed. I even knew the name of the guy who was a whistleblower on YouTube from watching his videos years ago. I never subscribed to. There was a guy named William Hampton, who's a whistleblower. When I first saw him come out, I could corroborate what he was saying was true. He was open homosexual, but as a whistleblower, he knew people that was connected, and he was telling a story about Tyler Perry. See, they give you your stars. They give you even within, they've infiltrated the churches. So one lady I know that's a subscriber, she tells me you have to watch out for FBI. FBI had also infiltrated the churches, faith-based initiative. She mentions to me quite a bit. FBI, faith-based initiative. They use, see, this organization, while are a lot of pastors, bishops belong to this organization. Jesse Jackson, 33rd degree Freemason, by the way. Bishop Brooks, that had a church, heard he passed away, rest in peace to, from COVID. I learned privately, he had a church off Southfield Freeway, Grand River. He's a Freemason, by the way. My father was an ordained minister, but I think my father was not official or did not go through. When I had a conversation with my father years ago, he mentioned that my great-grandfather was, he said. I don't know anything about it. I do know I do have relatives that are Eastern Stars and are currently still alive and are part of the so-called, they call it the craft, by the way. I know I've revealed a lot, but there's no secrets. There was a most worshipful master that I met many years ago in 06 that when I was contemplating on pledging through the Scottish Rite. I didn't want to go through Prince Hall. So I wanted to go through a different chapter because I heard Prince Hall was shady. There's different chapters set up. So I was looking to make it official, but I never did. And he told me, he said they put a lot of things on the internet and books, even way back then. He knew, but he did say that we're going to interview you. And there were specific books and stuff they want you to get. Of course, they probably wouldn't want you getting these books at all. Or they wouldn't want you. I was told by another guy who was recruiting me and a friend of mine, when I found out about military chapters, he was saying they don't want you to get like books like this. Because see, it's part of the programming. When you pledge, they want you to pledge, they want you to. So you see, and then they live by, but by me not being going through officially, I'm not held by those same standards, by the way. But I know what they're doing in Hollywood. When you get to a certain level, the entertainment, music industry, music artists, by the way, like Angelina Jolie, she's initiated. She's up there big time. From what I hear, Madonna, it's not a coincidence. Yeah, so I'm going to read the rest of these chats and I'm going to get ready to shut things down. By the way, Styles David says, okay, I read that comment already. House of Nathan says, Bull, I am, says, hey, Dorsey, do you think the mitzvah has something to do with authenticating the BC? It could. I'm not sure. They use the symbolisms. Like when you get these books and things, like I showed you guys earlier, this book called Judaism Discovered, by the way, mentions they are into pedophilia. That was part of their religion. This is the Caucasian Jews. They infiltrated this. That's why it's in Hollywood, entertainment industry. My friend told, he gave me this book. I didn't buy this. See, he admitted it. I said, it scared me when I went through this. Parts of this was so heavy. I showed a friend of mine who his friend was a Hebrew Israelite, and they wanted to use this kind of as reference because there's different factions of those groups. I went over. I don't belong to any of those organizations, by the way. Just so you know, FYI. But this book, another friend who had a background in the military, who's very well studied. He's another historian that I know. the equivalent of a 5-star historian. He had also warned me many years ago about the AIDS thing with not only Dr. Fauci, but that other lady sneaks under the radar. I forget her name. Remember that other lady who was along with Dr. Fauci during Trump's administration when he was in office. What was her name? Because they want to make it seem like the women are good too. That's another trick that they use. There's women behind the scenes that know very well, damn sure what they're part of. Like I showed, they're Eastern Stars, many of them. And some of them you won't know. There's like real higher level secret societies. There's different chapters. You have Sisters of Osiris. There was Sisters of Light. That's what Bush's wife was part of, real high up worldwide, where they're connected to like Club of Rome, Opus Dei, the Trilateral Commission. There's many different types of secret societies, but they try to pretend that the women are not involved. But that other lady, I can't remember, that was supposed to be like head of the infectious disease. But remember, she was connected to Dr. Fauci. My friend told me about her. I think Dr. Burks, I just remember years ago. She's part of the cabal with Fauci. So don't let the smooth taste fool you. They have a lot of operatives, and they're using the UN. When I was part of those seminars years ago, I mentioned on the call they wanted us to donate to these different UN organizations. I'll probably down the road, I'm gonna do another update because I'm feeling a certain type of way because they're still holding my paperwork. I feel like I should have been funded a long time ago. If they wanted us to shut up, they wanted me to shut up. I should have been funded. And I'm not money hungry. This is about your principle. He made an ironclad promise to get us funded, and he lied, broke the promise. He broke the contract, and like Bo Pony said in a recent video, I like how he put this. He said, when there's fraud that's been committed, that severs any contracts. Whenever there's fraud, that goes out the door. Any agreements, when you committed fraud, when he lied like that, Pastor Tony King, and I don't care if it was these other people that used the black cards without permission or emptied out ATM machines, you didn't have to punish the rest of us. They should have held just those people accountable. I follow all the rules at first. So it shows these people will double cross you too. They're not to be trusted. These are nefarious, evil, wicked people. So before I shut it down, I'm gonna read the last few comments. So don't hesitate to, in case you're watching, to chime in to the chat. If you haven't, make sure you subscribe to my backup channel. I warned you guys once again, in case anything happens over here. Look for me on Rumble. I'm also on Brighteon. I might have to create a username and password for band.video, some of the other ones. I haven't gotten around. So just give you guys a heads up. If you have a big platform, you have a business, you have followers, a clientele, you want to speak with them more privately, it would behoove you to get on these other platforms. These are some other books, by the way. While they banned Minister Farrakhan, this book was called The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews. This is what they did to Nick Cannon, how they butt broke Nick Cannon, got him to apologize and go back to the entertainment industry. Because remember, they chastised him when he went on Professor Griff's podcast, Professor Griff I had met before, because these people still own and control, were connected to Hollywood and are connected to the bloodlines that have sold us out. Farrakhan made mention his the Nation of Islam's, the NOI Historical Research Department had done research that this is not their words, but they researched synagogues, rabbis. They had uncovered that Caucasian Jews were connected and were involved with the transatlantic slave trade. That's why it's not a coincidence. Jay-Z put even on his 444 album, while a lot of the Jews own a lot of properties throughout the United States, like these apartment buildings, excuse me, it's not a coincidence that they're connected to. By the way, this is part 2 of this book called The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews. A friend of mine told me privately, this is why they banned Farrakhan from ever speaking before Congress, because they pleaded with him not to put this book out, because Farrakhan wanted to show the power structure that's controlling the black community, like George Soros, when he put in these implants, like the Attorney General in Michigan, where they used these Dominion machines that Gretchen Whitmore had a contract with, thanks to Gateway Pundit Exposed. They had an article with Dominion lady. She had deleted her LinkedIn profile I heard, because when this stuff came out right after the election, because they know they were going to get in big trouble. There was cabal people, government people went high up where the FBI threatened people, which I went over earlier. They're the ones that create a lot of the boogeymen that you see, the terrorists, by the way. Hold on a second. I'm going to be right back. Oh, boy. Now, you guys know I've been speaking for a while, so I didn't want to go hoarse. But I know this is a high-powered broadcast. It would behoove you probably after this uploads, you might want to download it. I'm just saying, give you guys a heads up, because, you know, I told you guys when I first started what happened last week. So just as a reference, I wanted to lay it all out so you guys will have a thorough explanation, and you guys will know how to identify and be able to find where you can find the evidence to research these people. But as I was going over earlier, this is part one, where Farrakhan exposed a lot of the Jews that own that part of Hollywood. Remember the controversy with Jada Pinkett wanted to protest, boycott the Oscars because of what happened. Her husband, Will Smith, didn't get that award because it was heavily controlled. And there was a whistleblower that came out in one of those award shows. You guys remember that? Where they said they wanted to make it more diverse. Because this group, Farrakhan Research, has a lot to do, and they sabotaged with the Black community where they were mad. A lot of these, what Black people call white liberals, a lot of Black people don't know the difference of how to detect these bloodlines. I look at certain people's physiology, their names, their characteristics, behavior traits, and even Black people who they've had children by, who married, who are mixed. When you get into studying, it's not a coincidence. You understand why certain people are high up in the pecking order, the caste system. But this book exposed their connections to the transatlantic slave trade. This book touched on how they infiltrated Freemasonic lodges. They started a lot of the Black fraternal organizations. I heard I was informed by my friend, who's the equivalent of a 5-star historian, the first Black nationalist organization to spy on Black people, by the way, was the Hebrew Israelites. It's not a coincidence. In the early 1900s, many of these sororities, the AKAs, the Sigmas, the Deltas, the Gamma Rhos, you name it, Alphas, they were started by, if you look at some of the old pictures, some of them you'll see one person that appears to be Caucasian or someone very fair skinned. Because see, they would breed with our people, and they would send in, the child would be an implant, and they would spy, but they created these fraternities to be the gatekeepers. But I found all fraternities and sororities link up under the craft, that this is higher up than all the other. Because when I was going to pledge back in college, I was going to pledge also to be a Phi Beta Sigma. Now, I had some of the brothers at the college still recognize me as a Sigma at the time, many years ago. But to recruit me, I didn't understand this at the time. It felt like I was in a movie, because I saw this movie years later with this guy who used to dance, was part of the step team. They put some stuff in the movie, was coded. If you pause the screen, well, Martin Luther King was part of an alpha. Now, Martin Luther King, when he woke up, he went against the establishment too, by the way. He was also alpha. I forgot to mention that, because Michael Imhotep from the African History Network, who I purchased some of his DVDs, shut me down one time when I was mentioning this. And this is what gatekeepers do. So I said I wasn't going to buy Michael Imhotep. He also sold me a DVD that I didn't want on a lecture he did. I wanted one of the original lectures he did. And he sold me a guy, another activist named James Small. A lot of stuff I already know. I'm bombarded with information. But my friend was explaining why a lot of Black nationalists or street dudes like to do that. They're just in, part of these other groups, as you know. But I was explaining to someone else, and he overheard me talking and just shut me down. But Martin Luther King, I saw the video footage of it. He spoke against the Vietnam War. He gave his last speech at the church my great grandfather helped construct. I had it confirmed from the Church of God in Christ's Facebook page. It's a Pentecostal denomination. By the way, that's the Protestant movement that Martin Luther protested from the Catholic Church years ago. That's where that comes out of. The Apostolics, I forget with what is it? Methodist meant they had another method. I forget Baptist where that comes from, but there's a reason you have these different denominations, by the way. But that was my on my father's side. Then of course he married my mother. They were Pentecostal, by the way. When you study the history, by the way, I know the history. Martin Luther King. There's some that try to say he would have stood, he would have gone along, but he honestly they always forget to tell you the story. Before he was killed, he was assassinated. He went against the establishment. There was video footage I saw firsthand where he spoke against. He said black men were being disproportionately drafted into the Vietnam War. He said we weren't good enough to be served at the restaurants, but we were called niggers. By the way, and remember Malcolm X, whose original name was Cassius Clay before he changed it, just like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was Lou Alcindor, and they all knew each other. There was a movie I think the Will Smith movie or one of the Muhammad Ali movies depicted that showed how they knew each other. Like Bruce Lee knew Muhammad Ali. They used to train together. That's what Bruce Lee got, and he put in his style of Jeet Kune Do, the butterfly. I didn't understand years ago. I had older guys who were training me when I showed you guys my martial arts trophy. I was trained before I fought in this tournament, one of the best street fighters in my neighborhood who was a professional boxer, one of the greatest boxers to never make it professionally, a brother named Greg Holmes, by the way. It's one of my neighbors. He said Tommy Hearns was scared to fight him. He used to date his sister that went, I think, to the same high school I went to Cooley years ago. A guy named Greg Holmes, he had me challenge him when I told him about the tournament coming up. He helped me with my street fighting skills, how to translate into the real world. So I would credit Greg behind the scenes. Greg told me the stories of footage I had never seen about Bruce Lee used to shock himself with electricity. He used to use devices, by the way. But you see, I'm tying this in, not to get off in a tangent, but I'm tying this in how these activists years ago, they knew each other. Muhammad Ali, knew Bruce Lee, Cassius Clay was his original name. Remember, he converted to the Nation of Islam, by the way. Malcolm X, Malik Hajj, Malcolm Little, I think that was his indigenous name. But no, his government name before he changed it, to Malik El Hajj Shabazz, brother Malcolm, by the way. A lot of these brothers changed their names because similar to sovereignty, these names were carrying as your slave name, by the way. It's not these government names. I have an indigenous name behind the scenes. I'm just not saying I don't want people to know, by the way. I filed, there's paperwork. You can do a lawful name change. There's another process, by the way, that we confirm. And it's legitimate, too. There's laws and stuff to back that up. But I'm going over a reference. One of the reasons they were mad when Farrakhan spoke, well, he didn't speak at Aretha Franklin's funeral, but his presence there, I found out Aretha was connected to like a modern day version of the Underground Railroad. Many of you all know the story. They made a movie not too long ago about Harriet Tubman, but that version was not historically accurate. Some of the things, they want to put Hollywood influence to try to distort the story, by the way. I'm telling the whole truth, a well-rounded perspective. But going back to Martin Luther King, they don't tell you the story, how he spoke against the establishment. By the way, Martin Luther King, he spoke against the Vietnam War. Lyndon Baines Johnson, he had just won the Nobel Peace Prize a year or two prior. I wasn't born yet, but I saw the video footage, and they said Lyndon Baines Johnson turned on him. He started calling Martin Luther King the nigger preacher. Lyndon Baines Johnson was a Democrat too, by the way. Remember, he helped sign that Civil Rights Act. And he was friends with J. Edgar Hoover. In case you guys don't know, J. Edgar Hoover did not like the Kennedys. J. Edgar Hoover also targeted Robert Kennedy. That was John F. Kennedy's brother, JFK. He targeted both of them. He did not like them. I was told this by elder relatives. Some are even liberal. To this day, they will confirm that. This is the reason why it wasn't until the 60s Black people voted, the majority voted Republican. It wasn't until the early 60s the change happened because Kennedy, he has some similarities to Trump. Difference, Trump had more money than Kennedy, of course, but Kennedy, he went against what they call the establishment. By the way, his father, Kennedy's father, was a bootlicker. He bootlegged alcohol. That's how Joseph Kennedy, Joe Kennedy, Kennedy's father. By the way, but him and his brother Robert were real. Now Ted was more on the deviant side. From what I understand, there was an incident that happened. I won't go into the details, but Robert, they said after Robert was killed, my mother told me, they said that they advised no more Kennedys to run for president. That's why it's believed to be they murdered his son, JFK Jr., who Trump was friends with, by the way, in the late 90s. By the way, sometime in a so-called airplane crash. I don't know. I've heard the stories that he's allegedly still alive and this stuff, he was coming back. But I can't prove that. So I just have to treat it as hearsay. I'm like 50-50. Is it possible? Maybe. I wouldn't have no idea. I don't put nothing past technology or from the government, but it has a tendency to be far-fetched. Dr. Jerome Corsi, according to his research, said JFK's long gone. Hey, I don't know. I won't touch on that, but it does appear he was targeted and he had found out what they had done to his father, and it was rumored he was gearing up to become, a politician, a senator for a major Senate seat and getting ready to run for president in the late 90s. And it was aired one evening his plane went down, by the way. So this stuff is not a coincidence, guys. These globalists, they murder even music stars. They killed Aaliyah. There's numerous names, numerous people out there. What's her name? Amy Winehouse, some years ago. Bob Marley, Nipsey Hussle, it's an informant, that guy. It's not a coincidence. These people, and he said he was a government informant. So it's not a coincidence. And they put it, you see in this book, I'm not saying in maybe every situation, every case, but a lot of times they send implants in. These people don't have our best interest at heart. So Rose Goldstar says, true that, Dorsey. That's how I learned, by reading and researching. You are spot on. Appreciate the confirmation, Rose Goldstar. Thank you for that acknowledgement. And hopefully, House of Nathan, if you're still watching, I answered your question. I'm not sure how the Misfits, it could have something to do with authenticating the BC, but that I don't know. That process I learned about in 2014. When new processes will come out throughout the years, the gatekeepers at the top have done things to try to thwart this. The video that YouTube had removed when I was out of YouTube jail, that ban I found out like a week ago. I went over in that video, I read that investigative report that Barton Butts put out that talked about that, by the way, what they did to, he mentions those negotiable instruments, that there was another way of accessing your TDA. Well, I know that it worked because I had assisted a former girlfriend, and I would have never met her half sister she introduced me to, because she had something she showed her how to do, and it helped her out from learning it from me, by the way, you see. So I know this stuff, it is real, by the way. So if you guys have any more questions or statements, comments, or concern, don't hesitate to chime in the chat. I am getting ready to shut it down. I do want to, break a record, about to hit the 4-hour mark, by the way. But as I wanted you guys to be aware, make sure you subscribe to my other channel. By the way, I'm going to post a link. Hopefully, if you guys get a chance. Okay. Well, I still have the other channel. I guess I'll have the other channel link, but it should be in the description box after this video uploads. Make sure, if you haven't done so already, go subscribe, hit the notification bell. If you guys like the content that I put out, I haven't really done a lot of videos, but whenever I do, in case anything happens over here, but in case anything happens to that other channel, I posted the platforms, the alternative platforms I'm already on in the description box of the chat box right here. So you guys will know how to find me in case something happens down the road, by the way. So I'm just trying to equip you guys with the skill sets. Rose Gold Star says, I remember you from the TDA days. Okay, appreciate you, Rose Gold Star. Yeah, there's some people that are still around out there. I did a lot of videos where I didn't want it to get played out, but I did basically the video, that last video I may redo, but I can upload that when I get on. I'm already on Rumble. That might be the first video, and I may put in the description, was banned from YouTube. So you guys will see it was about 2 hours, and it has action-packed information. I had people, subscribers, tell me behind the scenes. Sometimes you guys tell me, I appreciate that, the feedback when I've done a really good job or I've gone in depth on a particular subject. That is greatly appreciated because it gives me confirmation that I'm giving you guys good quality content, by the way. And that I do have an audience out there, despite the censorship, YouTube thwarting my numbers out there. I know, like I said, recently there was people who told me they wanted to learn more about this information, by the way. So that's another reason I'm going over that. And these other platforms that support free speech, it's in the chat box. I covered that a while ago, even that was the main topic, by the way. But that was the focus of this video, was to allow you guys, give you guys, if you weren't aware, where to get the information from, how to find it. If you do have deep pockets, if you're a high roller, if you're a big baller shot caller, if you can support these people, if you find it in your heart, the capability, there's people that are risking their lives, they put their lives on the line. From all the people that I went over, it's so many. But those guys that started those platforms, every single one of them have either been death threatened, been under attack, have been physically attacked, have had their YouTube channels shut down, their platforms, they've tried to silence them. So there are people that are genuinely fighting on your behalf. Don't believe the lies the mainstream media is putting out. There's so many lies and propaganda that's being put out. They always would just try to say something is conspiracy theory. So hopefully you guys have the cognizance to use critical thinking past that, to not dismiss everything being a conspiracy theory. Because like I said earlier, that's a lazy way. There's people out there, they don't want to do the research. They belong to this organization or other organizations, and they don't want to get jeopardized, or they want to just go along with things. It says the Magna Carta by James Doherty. It says Mudor Training in Natural Sciences. Okay, is that another book? I'm not familiar with that. If you want to elaborate, Mudajar Training in Natural Sciences, I would appreciate it. But I can make a note, by the way. I'm going to copy and paste this to look up. So I know the rapper Jay-Z had an album with that name. I was always wondering about the concepts, what was going on with the Magna Carta. I may have to ask a friend of mine about that. I know some of these things historically derived many years ago from, I'm not sure, I have to find the proper time periods. Like when I ask a friend of mine, he knows how during certain time periods, how people dress a certain way, like you have the medieval times, during different time periods. So, because a lot of this is tied in with sovereignty. He told me a lot of things related to sovereignty were tied in with the Greek goddess Hermes or whatever. There's a lot of Greek mythology, or goes back to, I guess, Roman times. I'll have to see if I can find some of the timelines, because I have people that ask about what is the concept of the straw man, the all caps name. That comes from Capitis Diminutio Maxima. There's rules of grammar. Then what does the English language derive from, or what did they used to teach in the high schools? Latin, what did they take out? The public high schools used to be public. I know in certain major cities. What part of the world do they still speak Latin in? I was told by my friend the Vatican. It's not a coincidence. What do they show during Christmas time? St. Peter's Basilica. I was able to connect the dot. There's a place in the Lansing area called Frankenmuth that's based off Germanic influence. These stories, when we get Hansel and Gretel, there's not a coincidence why in our society these are dominant cultural influences here in the West and in America. And it's not a coincidence. Jordan Maxwell, by the way, would explain things like this years ago. The historian Michael Tessarian put out excellent work. You can look up some of these names. Out of England, Christopher Everard put out, it's been a while since I've looked up things. I love listening to Christopher Everard. There's others out there. Alan Watt had some good work. I already showed you guys David Icke. A lot of these people will help you connect the pieces, by the way. But these things didn't just pop up by coincidence. With the birth certificate, Jordan Maxwell explained that concept during a particular time period. I don't know which specific time period, but he said that concept came from many years ago. The captain of the ship had to provide for the port authority what was called a certificate of manifest. The ship's weight, height, color, like your driver's license has your height, your weight, maybe your eye color, your birth date. He said that concept was called birthing. So when the ship would coming into a dock, it's called berthing. And as he said, you get these concepts where you heard the doctor say, I'm going to dock you, or I'm going to dock your pay. Where we get the delivery from, and it's how it's connected to Admiralty Maritime, where they combine the jurisdictions. Maritime is law of the seas, Admiralty is military, where you get these concepts. And where the judge sits from a bench, he said that's also a bank. Where the tides in the ocean or the water and goes through the riverbank. He mentioned what flows through a riverbank, where we get some of these concepts that tie in with electricity. Currents, where you get currency, the flow of money. It's not a coincidence. So he connected some major pieces, delivery. I have a video was given to me many years ago. I'm gonna see if I have to find it again. You guys might have to remind me to upload it. And it's good for basics for newbies who are learning redemption education for the first time. If YouTube bans it, I could probably upload it on other platforms. Rumble, I have to find out how to extract it. It's on a DVD, but it's highly educational because Jordan Maxwell contributed to some of the research behind cracking the code, by the way, because that's where this information ties in together. Because some people say they just want one of the information, but it's all connected with the Illuminati, the banking system. It's important to understand where these concepts derive from, the historical reference, by the way. Madura training in natural sciences said Latin is African. The people were called the Latin. European Latin comes from it. Okay, that makes sense. My friend, he breaks things down like that, so I can get that. See, there's other people that studied this discipline. I know many years ago, Acharya S., who I have one of her books, Acharya Sanning, D.M. Murdoch, I think that was a pseudonym name she was using, by the way. She wrote a book called The Christ Conspiracy. She did geological work. She studied linguistics. So I have a friend, he's very good. I think this is part of linguistics, part with languages. Like where you get Volkswagen, that's the name of certain cars. In German, that's the people's car. So it translates, because in German, Volks is folks. Folks dealt with people. Like some black people will say, I would hear years ago, they would say, who are your kin folks? So folks, that's a Germanic word for people. Some of these words, there's connections. Like when you study the Romance languages, the connection. I know I did take French and I took Spanish. I took French and Spanish in high school. I didn't take Latin, but it's elements of Latin that are part of these languages. And I was told and formed the Romance languages like French, and Spanish, by the way. And then you also had a version of English called Old English too, by the way. Part of it was even broken up through different time periods. So just trying to help you guys, so you guys know I'm not just pulling this off the top of the head. There's kind of a point of reference, but many of these things are hidden. The bloodlines at the top, They want to dumb the rest of the population down. They want to keep all the advanced knowledge to themselves. That's why I mentioned earlier with this whole pandemic as a cover. They also don't want masses of the general public to get access to the life extension technology and things that they have to develop down the road that are coming in the near future, things they already have. They're studying exoplanets where they're working on developing a starship that can move at warp speed. I have a friend of mine who's a scientist that studied magnetic propulsion, told me how this is possible. He had already showed me the blueprints. He had invented a car that can fly. Told me the concept was based off magnetic propulsion technology. I know NASA has a laboratory out in California, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. So I had been fascinated by watching a lot of videos on different exoplanets so many light years away. Elon Musk has a goal. He wants to terraform Mars. It was interesting. I happened to be listening to a guy named Chris from AMTV, who, by the way, if I get the funds, I want to subscribe or get a membership to the content that he puts out. I didn't realize all these years some things that I'm coming across that Chris from AMTV puts out great content. I like the things. I like listening to him. It's like every new video I see, just like Bo Pony, I'm fiend. I love watching it, almost like a crack fiend. I can't wait when he puts out new content. But he mentioned Elon Musk. This was in the news. Mentioned is developing like a human robot or something. This is new part of their new system. What they're bringing in, it's getting better. Even with the video game systems, the artificial intelligence. You have Boston Dynamics that's developing technology. Who else? Oh, by the way, when I went to DeVry years ago, I went to a technical school, by the way, where we were part of our, what was it called? Where you mentioned when you first show up to the college, I always forget when they go over to let you know how you get your syllabus, or if you do plan on attending the school. Trying to think what they call that, where you visit ahead of time to decide whether or not you're going to attend that school. Sometimes you're invited to a trip. Well, they told us during the invite, I saw different devices similar to the movie Terminator. They said we were going to be required in order to graduate, because they had an accelerated program where you would get your degree within so many years. This is why I understand like the schools that Mark Zuckerberg went to. I went to college with guys like WizKids, guys like Aaron Swartz, but I didn't understand it way back then. I think it was above the level of curriculum that I was prepared for from the school that I came from, by the way, because some kids I saw were more equipped than other children. I think that's not by coincidence. Sometimes because their parents belong to this organization, or they have more money and resources where they can afford for their children at the time to have laptops and things which weren't as accessible for students who are poor, who come from a poor background, or their school that they came from, curriculum didn't go over. But to make a long story short, so I'm not pushing victimhood or nothing, but I was able to see back then, my mother told me MIT was like the Harvard or Ivy League school of DeVry at the time, which I didn't know what she was talking about. Just knew that they were a technical school, that they were more advanced. But now I see in Boston Dynamics, I think that's where MIT is located, in Boston, and there's a connection. So they said in order for us to get our degree at the time, we were going to have to develop and build a robot. And I was overwhelmed by that at the time. As smart as I was, it was very overwhelming. But they told us during that, trying to remember the name, I can't think of the name. They call that like an icebreaker. When you visit the school, they're going over the curriculum, or they'll give you like a mock syllabus. To show you what classes will be in your major if you decide to attend that college, by the way. Or open house is some of the names they use. But there's another name specifically I was leaning towards. I always forget that name, by the way. But I'm going to jump to the chat. I see natural training, and that's Mudur. I'm not sure how I would pronounce that correctly. Mudajar training in natural sciences. Says Latin. Okay, I read that already. About the Magna Charta. Okay, Mudar natural science says Phoenician, Latin, Arabic,
Aljamiado, Aljamiado, or the J could be silent. Al Spanish. Okay, I get what you're going with it because you have the Rosetta Stone. See, I get the concept because my friends who are way more advanced than myself that are historians. I remember Hooked on Phonics years ago. That's based off the Phoenician civilization. Remember they would sell that program to children. You would see the commercial. If you guys have a good memory, those that are still alive. Yeah. So you have Phoenician to Latin to Arabic, Aljamiado Spanish. Okay. Somewhat my friend could translate fully, but I kind of get where you're coming from. The different civilizations of people that pre-existed, and the Rosetta Stone that had the oldest languages on the planet. By the way, from what I understand, hieroglyphics was one language. You also had Aramaic, and there was another language. They were like the great grandparent languages of all languages on the planet. That's the concept behind the Rosetta Stone, by the way. So other languages, how they derive from that, you guys get the concept, I'm pretty sure, as I broke it down. It says, why would they terraform Mars before all the deserts on Earth? That's a good question. I know Elon Musk is serious. I told some friends of mine, even though he seems to be with the good cabal, by the way. But Chris Smith had some interesting things he mentioned about Elon recently in his videos with AMTV. I don't know if Smith is his last name. I just know his first name that I know is Chris. With AMTV, that's his YouTube channel. I know Elon Musk is serious. They have a goal to terraform Mars. I think there's some partnerships behind the scenes. You know how they recently showed Jeff Bezos went to space, and Richard Branson with Virgin Mobile went and has a form of a starship, but they are serious. One friend of mine claims, I don't have any evidence behind this. You guys, I'm fair. I don't just throw stuff out there. That's why I encourage you guys to do your own research, homework. That's why I show the books. But one friend told me they allegedly have the warp speed perfected. From what I understand, it's not going to be perfected until the 2030s. I heard some college students that were smart helped with the breakthrough as they're studying the Wakubier device to develop a starship that can move at warp speed. I know part of the diagram they discovered, not just with the ship having a circular object around it with the oval shape, but they discovered the O needed to be more like aerodynamic. But one scientist discovered it needs to manipulate the black matter in front of it, to manipulate the kind of the space-time continuum in front of it to get to that further distance. So they're studying that, and that's what I think they're doing at CERN as part of their research they're doing there. But they are working on, going to exoplanets. One of the scientists says we're about 100 years off from becoming a Type 1 civilization. They say Type 2 was Star Trek, and Type 3 civilization is Star Wars. Type 3 is way more advanced civilizations, as they describe. There's different videos that can describe them. But once they say we're not quite there yet, but they do say, one of the scientists mentions that the internet that we're using, like we're taking advantage of now, they say this is technology from a Type 1 civilization that we're using right now. So we're on the cusp. We're about 100 years off. One scientist alleges, they don't know the exact time period. Some of them might have a more accurate depiction of how many years off we are of a Type 1 civilization. So the more a Type 2 will be more advanced, because to maybe create these starships to visit other planets, you're going to need a lot of energy. Even with all the rocket fuel, some of the fastest ships, it's still not enough power. So they're looking for ways to harness way more power, and it's going to take energy. So they also are looking at ways to create a Dyson sphere that can harness energy, big balls of energy from other planets or other habitable, other solar systems, other suns that can extract energy from it. Because some of the things to propel us to Type 1, Type 2, Type 3 civilizations, will take tremendous amounts of energy. Then some of it just has to be just natural time through time, research and development. By the way, from the research and development teams, research and development departments. By the way, but it's fascinating for me, you know, as I'm learning, and I didn't have an understanding of things like this many years ago. By the way, some things, these things, I'll be way gone. I'll be after my lifetime. By the way, but I'm not surprised. I've heard the stories about different time travelers that they are going to have like the Jetsons in the future. They're going to have flying cars. They already have the technology for floating cities. They said there's part of the planet Venus. It sounded crazy and weird that they can terraform the top layered part. I guess they can create floating cities. I've not only heard about them on the water, but that are in the air, airborne. By the way, they have that technology. So, but of course, the people, the minions, the evil ones at the top, they don't want. That's another reason why they don't want the lower class. They want to kill off a certain amount of the world's population. I learned this from Alex Jones, by the way, which makes sense because I was looking up information about the exoplanets and the technology they have, by the way. But I definitely know Elon Musk is very serious. Contrary to popular belief, I know that's his goal. He says they want, by a certain time period, they want to have like 1 million people on Mars, by the way. And he said he talked about nuclear Mars, but some of the scientists said it would be too dangerous. I think if they nuke it, that'll help put oxygen or the amount to more oxygen in the atmosphere. That's the idea that he has, because Elon Musk is very smart from what I was told. He's a genius. He has a high IQ, by the way. So just putting it out there, but I know they are serious. They do not only want to terraform Mars, they're looking at the moon. I heard that Saturn has a moon called Titan. They're looking at. They said that eventually one day will become habitable, just like at one time this planet Earth was not habitable. They said we needed, over time, we had to develop, like man had to evolve. Our species, by the way, we have ancestors that are older than us. Now, some people don't believe this stuff because of religious purposes, but they would have to go look deeper. There's a lot of truth, like certain animals share the same blood types, like apes. They have the same blood types as us, by the way. Similar, they have eyes, hands, different, by the way. But there was other different types of humanoid species. You had Homo erectus. You had hominoids. You had, what do they call that? We're Homo sapiens. So you had, I learned this. I had a history teacher years ago that went over this information. I just couldn't remember if it was elementary school, middle school. It went over all of the types of ancestors. But my other friend studied anthropology. If you study anthropology, you would understand scientists have proven with carbon data, this planet is billions of years old. This is not how they told us, like with the Bible, the scriptures, where the earth is only 20,000 or so many thousand. There was a time period where man existed, but there was beings, organisms, of course, that predated us way prior, like snakes or their species, genetics, certain animals or creatures, other life forms predated us before man came into existence. And we were almost wiped out many years ago and they're fearing another extinction level event may occur, by the way. This stuff gets really deep when you study. Science is one of my favorite subjects. I'm naturally an Aquarius. So one of the co-rulers of my sun sign, I do think it's important to get the other parts of your chart. Your ascendant rising sign is just as important. I just found out my midheaven is in Aries. By the way, I had to learn about my north node and south node. I don't know too much about that, but I like Eastern astrology, Ayurvedic. I would say that the Chinese chart, your animal signs are highly accurate. I could do a separate video on that, by the way. But when they look for these other exoplanets, they show the constellations that these other star systems are at. Some of them might be in Aquarius. Some of the planets they think may be habitable. They're developing newer, more advanced telescopes to do research, by the way, that can bring back more data to the scientists studying this. But they are serious because they know at one time this planet down the road. I don't know how many years into the future, not just from climate change, but it's eventually not going to no longer be habitable. When it was this way many years ago, at one time, it wasn't habitable, but we're in a Goldilocks zone of our solar system too, by the way. So it's the right amount of balance that we have that provides us the ability to life and the photosynthesis between us and the trees and things that takes place. Because Venus was once habitable. You know, it rains sulfuric acid on Venus, but so, you know, it's no longer habitable. They're talking about terraforming Venus, but it would take, they estimate, about 1,000 years to terraform Venus, to fully terraform it where it would be comfortable like our planet is now, by the way. So they're looking at Jupiter has a moon called Europa. They know that it has water. I've heard that they believe there's octopuses that have on our planet that are on, I think, Europa. That some of the key things they look for in some of these exoplanets are, do they have water? It's one of the keys to sustain life. By the way, the liquid is different on Titan, but they know from the data so many years down the road, they can speed up the terraform with the technology. But of course, the faster, quicker we become and becoming a type 1 or type 2 civilization, you know, type 1 is closer. They say we're about 100 years off. They're going to be more advanced. They say by the 2030s, there's going to be some major technological advancements. They believe the warp speed devices are going to be perfected that can use magnetic propulsion, by the way. So yes, you guys are flying in the chat so far. I'm going to read what you're saying. Get back to the chats. Okay, I read that. Says Latin is African. Okay, I read that comment. The Magna Charta. Okay, I read that. Rose Goldstar says Nazi equals NASA. Yeah, I heard about that from some years ago from two of my spirituality friends. It says, why would they terraform Mars? I read that. Public schools are designed to stifle innovation and use and make employees. Private schools were designed to make managers and employees or employers. I think typo, I see. Okay, that makes sense. Public schools were designed to, I agree with that, yeah. But there's another form of private schools, Maduro. I'm not sure if you're aware of, I've done a video talking about this, of the ruling class elite. Pastor Lindsey Williams did a documentary. I was informed by a source that I have, it was called Secrets of the Elite, where they were taught by their parents and they were sent to private schools by invitation only, by the way. So there's different types, there's different levels. I had to explain to a friend of mine many years ago. He said when he heard Obama mention the private sector, I said, no, there's a level. There's, I actually found out there's another name that's really private. They call it free private sector. That's a higher level. Just like there's a difference between rich people and people who are wealthy. There's levels, there's higher levels to this. So just keep that in mind. I would add to your comment. D. Marie 333 says blockchain could give us a safe haven. One in particular called AR Weave is completely censorship free. I'm not sure. I thought I saw that one before. Are we? Or I'm not sure if you're talking about Arve. If that's the one, it says extremely affordable for huge space pennies, and uploads to the platform are permanent, like forever. Okay, thank you for that info, D. Marie 33. Appreciate that. Love learning, love cryptos. I didn't know at first. I've learned more. There's some interesting things about cryptocurrencies. Maduro Sciences says Mudehar. Okay. Says we need to send them all to the Mars and leave Earth to humans. It says they are hybrid humans. Yakub's experiment, they did not exist more than a few thousand years ago. Yes, that's what I hear. Some say Ike has done research, and there was a lady I was listening to from that Gaia channel, and she was saying we all have elements of the reptilian parts of our brain. I know Ike talked about that. It's really deep with some of these other species, by the way. This gets into some deep stuff where you have to study to give you a better understanding it would encourage the person, if you're interested to study anthropology, you have to watch a lot of videos and you'll maybe connect more of the pieces over time. It says laugh all out. North Node is your destiny. Okay, that's what Rose Gold Star says. Yeah, I recently looked up, it gave me my North Node and my South Node. So I have to look up more. So I didn't know what that was about. But I did find out about my midheaven. And my midheaven is in Aries. And I said that would explain the leadership qualities that I have, I think, based on my sign. Because my sun is in Aquarius. My ascendant is in, my moon is in Cancer. My moon is in Cancer and my ascendant is in Cancer, by the way. Ascendant is based on which governs your personality. That's based on wherever the Earth's gravitational field was at when you were born. Because there's a concept that moons, whenever there's a full moon, it was mentioned many years ago by medical professionals, they would see high cases in the hospitals, by the way. And they stated that because over 70% of your body, some say, is made up of water. Some say 80 is different amounts. That moon, whenever there's a full moon, that moons control the tides in the ocean, that there's generally high tides whenever there's a full moon, or closer to a full moon, the tides will be stronger. The Earth, that's the magnetic pull, because without our moon, the moon helps keep our planet and within our solar system, it helps keep us in balance. Or else without one of those shows I saw on YouTube does a good explanation that shows what it's called What If. I think that's the channel. There's some other ones out there. It shows what would happen if we didn't have our moon. Because some people ask the question, what would happen? And that wouldn't be good. By the way, we could basically be thrown off where we wouldn't, basically our moon for the time being helps keep us in a habitable zone. But if our moon was destroyed, something happened, by the way, it could send our planet in retrograde, or, through, what do you call, like a car or train, like this movie called Silver Streak, where it's just going rogue, and it would go in other parts. Imagine we wouldn't have the warmth of our sun. It could go to another part of our solar system, the Milky Way, where we would become extremely cold, not even to the point. It would be with a whole planet. Imagine if the whole planet was like the North Pole or parts of Antarctica, were freezing temperatures at the top, but all over the entire planet. That wouldn't be good if something happened to our moon. So that's why our moon is very important. It plays a critical role, part of our solar system for this planet. It says, Madura says, we can terraform every desert. All deserts are man-made. Interesting. It says South Node is the talents and innate ability of gifts you were born. Okay, I didn't know that. That's good info. So the North Node is your destiny. Okay, wow. I see why some people, a friend of mine did a chart years ago. That's interesting. Since I found out about the Eastern chart, I love the Eastern chart. I think some people say it's based off the Vedic system. Some say Ayurvedic system, I think, was more accurate. But I think what people lack in Western astrology is they don't factor in the entire chart. Like a lot of these women I see that have these channels where they do tarot cards or readings, they only a lot of times just go by, or people, when these women on Facebook making these quotes, they only just go by the sun sign. They don't go by your ascendant, your moon, what your Virgo or Leo is in, with your Mercury. My Mercury is also in Aquarius, which a guy did my chart years ago said people who have their Mercury in Aquarius are known for sometimes becoming stars or entertainers or having some type of special gift or special talent, by the way. So you have different planets, that makes up your whole chart. It's not just one particular sign that you are, but it's important for compatibility, for dating, to get the other person's, if they know the hour that they were born. That's very important to find out the hour. Now, a friend of mine that goes over the Eastern chart, they had a site that gives the breakdown. It's so advanced, And I know it's highly accurate over what foods you're supposed to eat. And I know for me, it was highly accurate. He's working on finding that again, locating it again for me. But I know it says I'm only supposed to have a little bit of coffee. It does something like where it's really deep, because the Eastern chart breaks down which organs are strong or which ones are weaker. Between your body is yin and yang. So just like in Western medicine, if your body's too acidic, you need alkaline to balance it out. So Eastern medicine, if your body's too yang, that's you're too fire, you need yin, which is water or soft, to help balance it out. Everything's based on balance. That's part of it to help you guys out there understand, because I know this kind of talk might go above some people's head. Well, appreciate that info, Rose Gold Star. Rose Gold Star says, all planets have beings in them. They live inside the planet. We human beings are the only ones that live on top. We even have the higher dimensions living in higher Hollow Earth. I have heard about Hollow Earth, Agartha or Middle Earth. By the way, I heard that some years ago, this is supposed to be a fact, that dignitaries and President Obama visited there. I heard Putin was sent there. Pope went there at the time. There's something going on in Antarctica. I also heard, I follow some of the stuff from Cliff High from the Webbot report that said it's some new technologies or whatever in the near to distant future that's going to be coming out of Antarctica, that's going to transform the way, it's going to be innovative, the way we have technology here. I think something coming there, like in the 2030s, I heard teleportation is going to be possible. So, you know, they have autonomous vehicles already, but they're going to get better as they perfect the technology. They're working on that. But I heard teleportation, time travel, they're saying it's going to be possible by sometime in the 2030s. You not only had John Teeter, the guy, this one channel, this guy did, but there's other time travelers. One guy I listened to had went way into the future, like the 4000s or whatever. That's where they had the cities that were like way up, like the Jetsons, by the way, which is going to be possible one day. And at that level, they may be at that time, we may be a type 2 or type 3 civilization. I don't remember how they judge it. Like they explain Star Trek, I think is type 2, but Star Wars is more advanced. Star Wars is a type 3 civilization, from what I understand. Once they get to that level, you know, they'll be able to go to planets, and they're developing, working on the technology for warp speed, magnetic propulsion. A friend of mine who was actually a scientist, so he showed me his inventions when I first met him many years ago. By the way, very smart. Told me another device he developed, and I think he said the patents were released already. Some years later, he stated he had gone to some of the big three, the auto plants, with the idea. When I learned they didn't want this technology coming out at that time because it would hurt the fuel industry. They have their hustle that they want to keep monopolies over, keeping us on the fossil fuels and making money off of. But I think it's good as long as we have the accessibility. Like I didn't like that Biden shut down that Keystone pipeline. Those people that had their livelihoods planned out, those workers. I heard Michael Lindell mentioned 13 people committed suicide from that. Once that pipeline was shut down, once Biden took over after they fraudulently stole the election from Trump, by the way. Just my opinion from what happened, as we'll see what comes out. But he stated that at his symposium, 13 people committed suicide. And check out Dr. Shiva, by the way, on Rumble, did an excellent breakdown as far as what happened with that. And when he ran, straight up evidence that cannot be denied, irrefutable. You think I'm credible, you take my word for what I'm saying. Don't believe I'm making this up, but research it yourself. That's why I give a disclaimer too, by the way. But I'm going to get ready. I've been going on for over 4 hours. Very interesting, Rose Gold Star. I wouldn't doubt it because I know about the scientists that get data from organisms. They mentioned that there is a connection to our ancestors and how we evolved, by the way. And I'm understanding better how this planet evolved. Madure's Natural Sciences Operation Paperclip. The Nazi engineers were rescued and brought to the USA. Then NASA was created. Okay, I'm familiar with that. That's how I know Albert Einstein I heard he allegedly he regretted it, that he didn't know what he was used to work on the Manhattan Project, the aka the atomic bomb. He may have even worked on the Philadelphia Project too, where the men were disappearing and reappeared on ships or different timelines. They got stuck. Some people described it was horrific with the Philadelphia Project, Philadelphia Experiment. Some of those stories are on YouTube, but yeah, that's how they to escape. They gave them asylum over here in different parts of the world. Yep, I'm familiar with that. That is a critical part of the research too, by the way. Madura Training Natural Science says the Earth and the Moon are in magnetic rotation. Yes, thank you for clarifying. NODAPL, they have killed many thousands of wildlife and people to build those pipelines that disrupt the hydrology cycle. You know, I heard something about, there was this company, I don't even remember the name, I just see the headlines, that they claim they donate this money to wildlife, but they were responsible for destroying the rainforest and stuff. And I said, it sounds like, this stuff sounds just like a movie. Like there's these big, powerful corporations. But, you know, that's real deep. I don't have all the answers, but, you know, yeah, to the technology, they don't want to allow, of course, not more natural things, but how they use slavery, you know, to get to where, you know, I won't touch on that to make advancements, because many of us, we benefit off the technology. But a friend of mine did make me aware why it's important. Like many of these clothes that we buy, were made in sweat factories from slave labor. So a lot of people talk all this stuff, but Apple, by the way, I hear a lot about that in multiple countries. They have slave laborers and sweatshops and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm not gonna try to go there. I'm not good at explaining things like that. It's the nature of the beast, but I get where you're coming from, definitely. Well, with that being said, guys, I appreciate you all, everyone, for joining. Those who stuck with me, who thumbs up the video, I appreciate you. If you want to subscribe, you check the description box. Make sure you subscribe to my second channel over there. Click the notification bell to get updates. You can follow me on Facebook. You can follow me on Twitter. Of course, we got to move to other platforms because that's what this video topic was about. So you down the road, guys, maybe you'll probably find me. I'm going to be on Rumble. I am on Parler, by the way. Still have an account. I haven't logged in a while over there. I'm on minds.com. Brighteon. I don't have, similar to Rumble, I don't have any content. But just in case anything happens over here, you guys will be able to find me on those other platforms. So until next time, I appreciate you all. Arrivederci, namaste, adios, sayonara, masalama. Take care. Real legends never die. They live in our hearts forever. Deuces.